The Lancaster Barnstormers have moved on, going to York, Pennsylvania from Waldorf, Maryland, and a start of a three-game series against the York Revolution. The War of the Roses continues here this week. Good evening, everyone, from Peoples Bank Park as the Lancaster Barnstormers open up this three-game series. And right now, both these ball clubs are in a battle for the top spot in the Northern Division of the Atlantic League, along with the Long Island Ducks. Right now, the Ducks are in first, Lancaster a half game out, and York is one game behind in the Freedom Division race. The Barnstormers lead the War of the Roses 2-1 as they took 2 of 3 at Clipper Magazine Stadium during Lancaster's home opening series. Now, it was a series very similar to the one played in the Super Regionals between Arkansas and North Carolina State. A blowout in Game 1. York defeated the Barnstormers in Lancaster's home opener by a score of 18-2, and then the Barnstormers came back and won a pair of one-run games, 11-10 in extra innings and 12-11 on the Sunday afternoon. The Barnstormers pitching staff seems to be coming together. Some great efforts against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs over the weekend, and we'll see how things go the next 3 nights here in York. But the Barnstormers are not just battling York as two teams on the field, but at the moment, if you're aware, the two stadiums, these two facilities are actually battling it out in Ballpark Digest's Best of the Partner Ballparks contest. The Elite Eight pits Clipper Magazine Stadium against Peoples Bank Park. So make sure you go to ballparkdigest.com. Clipper Magazine Stadium looking to defend its title. So come on through and vote as often as you want. I believe it's once a day that you can vote on your devices and put Clipper Magazine Stadium into the Final Four. The results will be announced Friday afternoon on the Elite Eight. The Final Four would be coming up. The only other Atlantic League ballpark in the Elite Eight besides these two is Truist Point down in High Point, North Carolina. So make sure the Atlantic League's represented, and Clipper Magazine Stadium gets to defend its title as the best ballpark in the Major League Baseball partner leagues. Our mound opponents tonight, Dominic DeSabatino will be making the start for the Barnstormers. He's getting incrementally better as time goes by. The last time out, he threw shutout baseball innings 2 through 4, but he had a rough first inning, a rough fifth inning. He has tended to be a little bit home run prone, and I think that is because of his relative inexperience. He's only pitched in the short season A-Leagues in the San Diego farm system. He's just 25 years of age. His mound opponent tonight will be right-hander Jake Welch. Welch comes in at 1-0 for the Revs. DeSabatino is 0-2. For the Barnstormers this evening, it will be Caleb Gindel leading off in right field. Melvin Mercedes is the second baseman, batting number 2. Blake Galen is at first base, hitting third. The cleanup batter is the left fielder, Trayvon Robinson. Alejandro De Aza is batting 5th. He is in center. The designated hitter batting 6th is Kelly Dugan. Blake Alemond is at third base, hitting 7th. The catcher hitting 8th is Anderson De La Rosa. And Clea Luis Rondon is the shortstop. He is batting 9th. Dominic DeSabatino on the hill with the 0-2 record. For York this evening, Darian Sanford will be leading off and playing center. The shortstop batting number 2 is a former star from the Somerset Patriots, Yuneski Sanchez, and he's off to a great start here with York. The left fielder batting third is Melky Mason. Nelly Rodriguez will bat cleanup and play first base. Rashad Crawford is batting 5th, playing right field. Wellington Dotel, the DH, will hit 6th. The catcher in the number 7 slot is Carlos Castro. Josh Vitters is the third baseman. He is batting 8th. And Andrew Dundon is the second baseman, batting 9th. Jake Welch is on the hill with a record of 1 win and no losses. They're working to get the Revs fans fired up here at Peoples Bank Park, and the Revs hit the field on their home turf, the first of 13 meetings between these two ball clubs here in York in the 2021 season, the 4th meeting out of 25 overall between these two ball clubs. This is game 4 of the Barnstormers' 12-game road trip that will take place over 14 days. Right now, we're going to send you down to the field and the performance of our national anthem.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread the land of bombs bursting, and every proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Dave Collins back with you from Peoples Bank Park here in the northern part of the city of York. Only a half an hour or so from Clipper Magazine Stadium. We open up a 3-game series here, 6:30 each night before the Barnstormers head to Long Island for the weekend, and then all the way over to one of the new facilities in the Atlantic League. We're headed to Lexington, Kentucky for a 3-game series beginning Tuesday of next week. On the hill for the Revs tonight is Jake Welch. Welch, a right-hander out of Western New York State. He has been pitching professionally since 2014. He is 28 years of age, 6'6", and 250 pounds. He pitched for not the University of Notre Dame, but Notre Dame College in Ohio. And then he went to the Frontier League. He was at Windy City in 2018, Evansville 2019. Came here to York late in the 2019 season, and he opens up 2021 with the Revs. So far this year, he has tossed 11 innings. He has allowed 13 hits, 7 earned runs. He has walked 5, and he has struck out 5 on the year. He's making his 3rd start for Mark Mason's ball club. The defense for the Revs tonight has Josh Vitters at third. Yuneski Sanchez is the shortstop. Andrew Dundon is at second base, and Nelly Rodriguez at first. The outfield has Melky Mason left with Darian Sanford in center, and Rashad Crawford is the right fielder. Carlos Castro is doing the catching for York tonight with the right-hander Welch on the hill. Our umpiring crew, 3 guys with whom we are familiar. Bill Worthington is calling the balls and strikes. It will be Bill Reuter at first base, and Drew Hoagland is calling the shots over at third base here this evening. 300 down the left field line. It's 405 straightaway center, and 325 down the right field line here at Peoples Bank Park. Caleb Gindel leading off for the Barnstormers. Caleb is checking in at 278. He has a pair of home runs. He has driven in 4 hits in the 3-game series over the weekend against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs for Caleb. He'll be followed by Melvin Mercedes and Blake Galen. The first 7 in the Barnstormers batting order will be hitting from the left side against Welch. The motion, the first pitch of the evening, is low, and we are underway this evening here at Peoples Bank Park, 6:34, the time of the first pitch. It is a beautiful evening here, as folks in Lancaster, I'm sure, are enjoying similar weather. Temperatures in the 70s today. A little bit of a breeze blowing from left across to right. We have, I'll say, mostly cloudy skies overhead. No threat of rain, though. 2 balls and nothing. And strike to the inside corner on Caleb Gindel. It is 2-1 on the Barnstormers right fielder. I was north of the weather last night. I trust that most of our viewers in Lancaster County remained south of or north of most of it. I was south of it, swing and a miss by Gindel at his 2 balls and 2 strikes. But in Maryland, through the entire state last night, and it crept into southeastern Pennsylvania, crept into northern Virginia a little bit. Torrential downpours, big hail, high winds. Here's the 2-2. Gindel lets that go, and ball 3 drifts inside to him, a full count on the Barnstormers right fielder with Melvin Mercedes, the second baseman, waiting on deck. Ordinarily, I would drive back from Virginia to Lancaster on Monday night, but with the series opening here, I stayed at home until this morning, and I'm very glad I did. I would have driven through some really rough weather last night. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Gindel pulls a grounder foul wide of first. The count will continue. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ross Peoples coaching third. Troy Steffi is across the way coaching at first base. The one place Troy comes on the road is over here to York with the quick trip. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Payoff pitch again to Caleb Gindel. This is the 7th pitch of the plate appearance, and it is taken low. Ball 4. Gindel sheds the bat and heads on down to first. The base on balls to start the night, and that brings on second baseman Melvin Mercedes. Mercedes has slipped, and I almost say that term with tongue-in-cheek because slipping for him is down to 390 on the season. He did not have a great weekend at Southern Maryland, though. He was just 2 for 10 there, and it took a little bit of a toll on his batting average. He has 7 extra base hits. He's driven in 11 on the season. Gindel leads off first, and to Mercedes. Breaking ball gets there for a called strike. It is 0-1. Barnstormers here for 3. 6:30 each night against the York Revolution. 6:30-ish, 6:35, I guess you'd say, at Long Island Friday and Saturday, and then a Sunday afternoon tilt against the Ducks at 1:35. 1 strike on Mercedes. Blake Galen waits on deck, another throw to first, and Gindel is back in. Caleb without a stolen base for the Barnstormers this year. He's in the leadoff spot because of his ability to get on base. Here's the set by Welch to Mercedes. That is a strike across the letters, and Mercedes is under the thumb of Mr. Welch. At no balls and 2 strikes, Blake Galen, the first baseman, waits on deck. Quick throw to first, but Gindel was not far away, and Welch almost skipped that one on through Rodriguez. Got to handle a short hop, and he really wasn't in position to do so. Big hole opened up on the right side. Mercedes awaits the 0-2. Welch delivers, and that is chopped out ahead of the plate. It will stay fair. With it is the catcher Castro. A swinging bunt for Mercedes, except that he's charged with an at-bat. Gindel ahead to second, 1 out, and Galen will come to the plate. Mercedes at least getting the ball in play there. He didn't hit it far, rolling it maybe 15, 20 feet up the first baseline, but that advances the runner, and now Lancaster has a man in scoring position and a couple of shots to get him across. Galen at the plate, batting .255 with 1 home run. He has knocked in 12. Blake was 1 for 7 against the Blue Crabs, but he walked 4 times in that series. Gindel at second with 1 gone. Welch comes set, and to Galen, that's badly outside for a ball, 1-0. Lights have been turned on at Peoples Bank Park. It'll be a while before they take control of the illumination here. They're the older lights, the halogen lights. They take a bit to warm up. Gindel leads off second. Sanchez had faded in behind him. The right-hander comes set. Welch to the plate, and Galen backs out, but a strike is called to the inside corner, and it is 1-1. Blake has a fair amount of room in both gaps. The right fielder, Crawford, is very much pinched toward the right field line against Galen, who is more of a pull hitter at home than he is on the road. The 1-1 pitch is dealt to the knees, and Welch gets ahead of another batter. He's had 2 strikes on everybody. Galen bats at 1-2 here. Ladarius Clark still leading the ball club in runs batted in with 14, despite seeing only part-time action. Galen and Dugan have 12 each. And to Galen, that is low inside and gets away from Castro, moving Gindel to third. And a pass ball is being charged on the catcher, Castro. 2-2 to Galen, and now a chance to drive in a runner from just 90 feet away. Galen can even do that with an out. Blake is 4 for 5, driving in runners from third base with fewer than 2 outs on the season. Gindel, a short lead off third. Defense playing back. York trusts its offense to score and score lots. Here is the pitch to Blake Galen. Ground ball pulled to the second baseman. It'll be good enough to score the run. Dundon will flip to Rodriguez. Gindel is home. The Barnstormers have one on the board at the outset of the game, leading 1-0. And Trayvon Robinson will come to the plate. At the moment, that run is unearned because of the pass ball. Gindel would only be as far as third base, and Robinson would have to do something on the positive side. Trayvon hitting .268. He has 1 home run. He has driven in 7. Wasn't doing well at Southern Maryland until he dropped a 2-run single in his final plate appearance. It is low for a ball, 1-0. Alejandro De Asa, the center fielder, waits on deck. The Barnstormers put a run on the board without a benefit of a base hit. That's what those leadoff walks will do. Barnstormers have experienced it quite often this year, both for and against. Now Robinson drives this to straightaway center field. Pacing back and to his left is Sanford for the catch. That ends the inning, but the Barnstormers pick up an unearned run. No hits, no errors, but a pass ball. Nobody is left on base. At the end of 1/2 inning, here at Peoples Bank Park, the Lancaster Barnstormers enjoy a 1-0 lead.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Going for the Barnstormers this evening is right-hander Dominic DeSabatino, 25 years of age, out of Middletown, Delaware. He stands 6'4", former Delaware Co-Player of the Year as a shortstop. And he went to Hartford Community College, pitched, and was taken by the San Diego Padres in the draft in 2016. His playing time was sparse because of some injuries. He was 4-0 in the Northwest League back in 2019. This year, he's worked 12 and 2/3 innings for the Barnstormers. He's allowed 15 hits and 16 runs all earned. So he's 0-2 with a high ERA at 11.37, but there are signs that things may very well get better for him. A ball is outside, 1-0. He'll have stretches of 5, 6, 7, 8 batters where he looks really good, but he has been prone to the long ball. Now 1-0 to Darian Sanford is across the inside corner, a ball and a strike. Sanford is hitting .233. He has 1 home run, and he has driven in only himself with that home run at Clipper Magazine Stadium a week ago Sunday. 1-1 to him is up top from DeSabatino. Ball 2 and a strike. Yuneski Sanchez on deck, and then Melky Mesa as York tries to make up a run in the bottom half of the first inning. DeSabatino ready to go. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is ball 3 off the inside corner. And the last thing you want to do is walk Darian Sanford to start off a ball game. That creates a lot of electricity on the offensive side for whichever team Sanford is playing. Here is the 3-1 pitch, and it is low, ball 4. So we've had leadoff walks each way. Gindel scored on the Barnstormers side, and now we'll see what damage Sanford tries to cause. That's the 11th walk given up by DeSabatino. Now he's going to face Yuneski Sanchez, the shortstop. Sanchez, since coming here to York, is 9 for 19, ultimately signed to replace Orlando Calixta, whose contract was purchased by the New York Mets. He's 9 for 19, right-handed batter. Here's a pitch, swing and a miss. DeSabatino gets ahead at 0-1. I take that back. This is Jan Sanchez. But off to a Yuneski Sanchez-like start. I misread that. Guy who once hit for the Cycle in the Northwest League. Plays 7 different positions. Throw to first base. Sanford scrambles back in easily. Sandy De Leon is coaching him over there. And Noel Polanco is over at third base. Mark Mason operates things from the dugout. No balls, 1 strike on Sanchez with Mesa waiting on deck. The Barnstormers have the infield set, double play depth. We'll give you the alignment momentarily. The pitch, swing and a miss by Sanchez as DeSabatino dropped some on the arm angle, and it's 0-2. The infield has Blake Alimond at third. The shortstop is Clea Luis Rondon. Melvin Mercedes at second. Blake Galen at first. The outfield is Robinson, Deaza, and Gindel from left to right. Anderson De La Rosa is doing the catching. Pretty much a standard setup for the Barnstormers on defense. Throw to first. The tag slapped down by Galen, but Sanford is back in easily. Lancaster up 1-0. Welch paid the price for the leadoff walks. DeSabatino hopes not to here. Sanford leads off first in a good size lead. 0-2 pitch, runner holds, and it's slapped foul off to the right and out of play. Sanchez remaining in at 0-2. Sanchez started his pro career in 2014. Here's a pitch, ground ball left side into the hole goes Rondon, and he can't pick it cleanly. That should be a base hit. It is. Runners are now at first and second with nobody out. Frustrating to some extent, I am sure, for DeSabatino. He got the ground ball he was looking for, but Rondon was playing toward the middle, looking for the double play there, and as a result, couldn't go all the way to his right and handle that ground ball. It came off of his glove. That would have been a tough play, even if he fielded it cleanly. Melky Mesa now coming to the plate, a 286 hitter with 1 home run and 12 runs batted in. DeSabatino in his starts has been plagued by rough first innings. He gave up 3 against Gastonia in his last start last Wednesday night, and in the home opener, he gave up 3 to the York Revolution. 2 runners are on, nobody out. Mesa stands in. DeSabatino glances back, and time is called by the home plate umpire, Bill Worthington, as Mesa puts in a request. 1-0 Barnstormers, but York is threatening in the bottom of the first inning, and this is where DeSabatino may need to get nursed through if he's indeed going to be a starter for the Barnstormers long haul as to how to get these games underway. He's had a tough time doing it in his starts. After the first inning, he has tended to settle down. Foul ball back by Mesa. It's no balls and a strike to him. Sanford, the runner at second. Sanchez is aboard at first base. Early trouble for DeSabatino and the Barnstormers, but they do have the 1-0 lead. And again, DeSabatino will try and get a ground ball, but get one at somebody. No balls and a strike, the count to Mesa. DeSabatino works to the plate. That's outside and low, flagged by De La Rosa, and it's a ball and a strike. And De La Rosa and Sanford are well familiar with one another. De La Rosa keenly aware of Sanford's speed, and Sanford keenly aware of De La Rosa's arm. There's a pick off the second base, and they got him. Darian Sanford is picked off. That is how the last game between these two clubs ended. Sanford was picked off first base by Blake Galen. He was taking too many liberties. And Darian Sanford is picked off of second base, and that gives DeSabatino some breathing room now. It's 1-1 on Mesa, but with 1 out and 1 on. An altogether different picture from having runners at first and second and nobody out. Here comes the 1-1. It is low to Mesa for ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. We have seen some base running gaffes both for and against the Barnstormers in the first 2.5 or so weeks of this season. The pitch runs outside, and it is now 3-1 on Mesa. So still a spot of trouble here. The pickoff went 1-4. 3-1, Mesa awaiting the pitch. DeSabatino ready to deal it, and it is cut on and fouled back. We go to a full count at 3-2. DeSabatino is a pretty hard thrower. His fastball 92 to 94 here in the early stages of the game. Mesa waits the 3-2. We'll see if Sanchez goes. He doesn't. The pitch is beaten foul. And once more, DeSabatino down to the side with the delivery. When you can change angles like that and do it with every pitch, it's like doubling your assortment. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The Barnstormers defenders still hungry for a double play ground ball. The payoff pitch fouled back off the fastball. Mesa continues to bat at 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Barnstormers have that lone run on the board from the top half of the first inning. A walk, an infield out, a pass ball, and another infield out. They get a run home. Payoff pitch to Mesa, popped up foul. Carrying to the seats, and we have another one of those at-bats in progress. Jake Lucci, over the weekend at Southern Maryland, stood in for 13 pitches. Mesa, I believe, is up to 8. Jan Sanchez, the runner at first base. Mesa, New York Yankee of a brief amount of time, years ago, stands in. Ground ball to third, and it gets right through Aleman and down the line as he went to make the backhanded scoop. Here comes Sanchez headed home. There will be no throw, well, a throw to the plate, but very late. The run scores, and we have a 1-1 ball game with a runner at second base. A double is being awarded to Mesa. He'll get an RBI as Sanchez comes all the way home from first on that ground ball down the third baseline. Nelly Rodriguez, the first baseman, will come in. Rodriguez did a lot of harm to the Barnstormers on opening weekend at home. A 3-run homer against DeSabatino. He had a grand slam off the bullpen later in that series. That was off Granite's. So it's 1-1 with a runner at second base and 1 out, as the Barnstormers have been unable to come up with 2 ground balls now to the backhanded side. That one fairly far well hit, but it got away from Aleman to third, a swing and a miss. And it is 0-1. Rashad Crawford, the right fielder, waits on deck. Defense sets straight away. DeSabatino comes set, and Rodriguez 0-1. It paints the outside corner for a second strike. It's 0-2. The ball went right through the edge of that invisible plane of glass that they have. No balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Down goes Rodriguez. That is a big second out for DeSabatino, especially against a guy who's haunted him. And now it'll be Crawford. Crawford has one of the 6 multi-home run games that have been recorded against the Barnstormers so far this year, 5 of which came on the opening homestand. Ball game is tied at 1 with 2 outs, and Mesa's still at second base. That, by the way, was Melky Mesa's 8th double of the year and his 13th run batted in. DeSabatino to the plate. He's right there at knee level. 1 strike on Crawford. DeSabatino catching a break with the pickoff of Sanford, and that might help him get out of this inning with the game still tied. He has to get through Crawford, though. Here's the pitch, and fastball is off the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's getting grayer here in York. I don't know that these clouds mean any business. I'm led to believe they're not. But it casts a bit of a pall over the ballpark, and it's a good thing they turn those lights on early. Strike on the inside edge, and DeSabatino has Crawford at 1-2. Next offering, he got him a swing and a miss. A couple of strikeouts for DeSabatino, who has actually averaged more than 1 per inning. And as I said, there are times he looks splendid. It's just a question of polish, I think, more than anything else with the youngster. 1 run scores in the inning on 2 hits, no errors. 1 man is left at the end of 1 full here at Peoples Bank Park. The Barnstormers and the Revs are tied at 1.
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
You don't need to understand how available adaptive variable suspension works or how pre-collision cameras detect pedestrians in low light. You don't need to understand any of the craft that went into the Lexus ES to feel it. With outstanding connectivity and standard Lexus Safety System Plus 2.0. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
LSS Plus 2.0 and the pre-collision system with pedestrian detection are not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
Here's Alejandro De Aza leading off the top half of inning 2. De Aza now 7 out of 30 as a Barnstormer. His hot start is certainly abated. He had hits his first 3 plate appearances. Off speed from Welch across for a strike. It's 0-1. Kelly Dugan and Blake Alemand will follow. 1-1 in the top of the second inning. Into the dirt, skipping up there, and De Aza bats at a ball and a strike. Welch walked Gindel leading off. It cost him, but the run is unearned. He could have gotten out of the inning had it not been for the pass ball by Castro. And if one of the ground balls hit to the backhanded side of a Barnstormer had been fielded, now they were both legitimately base hits, but either one of those could have been played, and possibly DeSabatino could have gotten through without a run scoring. 2-1, De Aza with a swing and a ball looped foul over the third base seats. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. We had to go through another round of COVID-19 testing today, and for the 7th straight time, all is well, which one would expect. 2-2. De Aza lays off, and ball 3 is high. The count fills out at 3-2 on Alejandro. A long-time major leaguer. He was there from 2007 to 2017. He had certainly a heyday with the White Sox. 3-2 pitch, ground ball pulled to first. Big hop, but Rodriguez finds it playable. He shovels off to Welch. Diaz is retired 3-1. Welch is set down 4 straight. And now the hottest Barnstormer, at least in terms of driving in runs, steps to the plate. Kelly Dugan has knocked in 9 runs the last 6 games in which he has actually been able to swing the bat. There was one game he was the DH, reached on catcher's interference, and never saw the batter's box again, so we don't count that one. Pitch is up to Kelly. It's ball 1 and no strikes. But he drove in 2 runs in the 2 games he played over the weekend at Southern Maryland. He's had some bigger RBI days than that on the homestand. 2-0 now. Alemand, the third baseman, scheduled to bat next. We're deadlocked at 1. Play is in the top half of the second inning. Lancaster taking on the York Revolution at Peoples Bank Park. First of 3 here. Dugan goes after the 2-0, and it's a monstrously high pop-up over the second base region. Going for it, the shortstop Sanchez to make the catch. 5 in a row. Welch is set down, all on balls in play. Blake Alemand to the plate. Alemand is at 220 with 3 home runs and 4 driven in. 0 for 5 at Southern Maryland for Alemand going into that series. He had batted safely in 10 of his previous 11. Welch is ready to go. Alemand takes a strike to the inner part of the plate. It's 0-1. 1-1 our score, top of the second inning. The clubs exchanging singletons in the first inning. Popped up by Alemond, heading over into foul territory. The third baseman, Vitters, and he stumbles and he drops the ball. So it's a second strike on Alemond, which keeps him and the fans' possibility of Mott sticks alive. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. An error could be charged on that play, but it's waved off. Or is it? Scoreboard seems to be putting it up. I thought the indication from the press box was no error. 0-2, the count to Alemond. Looked playable. An error certainly is legitimate. Alemond swings and with the new life cracks one deep right field. Back on this goes Crawford all the way, and the walls will not contain it. Blake Alemond, spared by the drop foul pop-up, takes the next pitch and rides it to the picnic area beyond the right field wall here at Peoples Bank Park, and the Barnstormers retake the lead on Alemond's 4th home run of the season. All from the left side of the dish. And that one left little to the imagination, even in a ballpark that is fairly deep to right field. Anderson De La Rosa now steps in. De La Rosa hitting .296, 8 for 27, with 6 runs batted in, 2 of those coming on a huge double in the second inning on Sunday. Defense against him straight away. Welch fires, and it's upstairs for a ball, 1-0. Alemond gave that a ride. That's a ball that's over the picnic deck in Lancaster and onto the picnic deck here. Ball 2 is down and away to De La Rosa, 2 balls and nothing. Now the Barnstormers retake the lead tonight. De La Rosa checks on the swing. The pitch gets the knees. And we go to 2-1. Fouled off to the right side to level the count, 2-2. No error was charged according to the official box, even though they did put one on the scoreboard in left field. So the run will be earned. De La Rosa checks on the swing, looks back at where the pitch was, looks down to first base as the Revs appeal. And Bill Reuter says he didn't go. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Anderson De La Rosa. 2 outs and the base is clear here. And De La Rosa fouled back. He'll stay alive at 3-2. There was an incident over the weekend where De La Rosa dropped a pop-up in foul territory at Southern Maryland. Thought perhaps he would be charged with an error, but he wasn't. Payoff pitch. De La Rosa goes down for it, fights it off, and hangs in there at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Alemond hit that ball a ton. (3-2), and De La Rosa gets ball 4 off the inside corner. That one was tight, but the electronics did not like it. De La Rosa will head to first, bringing on Clea Luis Rondon, the shortstop, who checks in batting at 185 with 8 runs batted in. You have to go back and forth with his roster number because he wears 7 in the road jersey, 7 in the black and the red, truthfully, and 8 in the white. Because the white jerseys are holdovers, and Darian Sanford wore number 7. And as I've explained before, he and Rondon are not exactly of the same measurements. Strike taken by Clea Luis. It is 0-1. Rondon was 1 out of 11 in the series against York the first time around. Batting with De La Rosa at first base and 2 outs. Here's the pitch, bouncing ball left side, and that will get through the third baseman Vitters to the shortstop Sanchez, who then picks it up and heaves it at a crazy angle. I'm not sure whether he was trying to hit second or first, but it's an infield single for Rendon and a throwing error charged to the shortstop, allowing De La Rosa to take third. Caleb Gindel, a right fielder, will come to the plate. He walked and scored back in the first inning. Barnstormers pick up their second hit of the inning. Rendon puts the ball in play, and when you put the ball in play, crazy things happen. Vitters raced over, tried to dig up the short hop. He couldn't. Sanchez got the ball, and he just heaved it in some almost seemingly random direction. Missed his target, which I have to think was first base. And De La Rosa able to scamper to third on the throwing error. Gindel with a chance to put another run on the board for Lancaster. 2-1 in favor of the Barnstormers with men at the corners. Welch to the plate, and he is off the mark to Gindel. Ball 1 and no strikes. Welch was so close to being out of this inning in 1-2-3 fashion, but Vitters dropped the pop-up by Alleman, keeping him alive. It's gone home run, walk, infield single. Gindel looks at a strike on the outside corner, off-speed pitch from Welch, and it's 1-1. And Gindel has the ability here to make it even more painful. 1-1 coming. Gindel fouls it over the screen for a second strike. Now 1-2 to Caleb. He would like to see that RBI count begin to really pile up. He did single home a run in the 8th inning on Sunday. He had 3 opening night. He's had only 3 since. Fouled to the screen. He'll stay in against Welch. Mercedes waits on deck. De La Rosa dusting off a pant leg over at third, but he's leading, and Rendon inches off first. Caleb Gindel awaits the 1-2. Welch ready to go, and to Gindel, another foul back into the net. Well, this battle is going on for a while. And now they have given Vitters an error on the foul ball. I guess after everything else developed. 1-2, bounced foul. I would have to begin with. That was clearly playable. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. So the runs all the way around are unearned to Welch. Gindel continues to battle here. Welch is ready. 1-2 once more is ball 2 off the inside corner. Welch could have been out of this inning on 9 or 10 pitches. Had that pop-up been handled. 2-2 to Gindel. Ball 3 is outside and low, turning Rendon loose with the next pitch. De La Rosa has to be far more conservative. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count pitch. Due to Gindel with the Barnstormers already leading by 1. And Caleb requests a timeout and receives it. 3-2. Welch to the plate as Rendon takes off, and Gindel fouls yet another one back. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's the Barnstormers and the Revs, folks. This is shades of Butch and Etch when they used to manage these games that inevitably take 4 hours. Still 3-2 on Gindel. Here it is, and Gindel lands that to center field. He's got a base hit. The run scores, headed toward third is Rendon. He will slide in safely as Sanford got off a really strong throw, but just slightly out the left field line. Gindel drives in the run with a liner to center. The Barnstormers now leading by a score of 3-1. Another unearned run in the inning, and Melvin Mercedes will also bat with men at first and third and 2 outs. RBI number 7 for Caleb Gindel. You have to feel badly for Welch. The second error hasn't really come into play here, but the first one just kept the inning going. He could have been out of it in a hurry and gotten his team back to the plate. Mercedes facing Welch and launches a fly ball foul down the left field line, out of play. It is 0-1. But this inning now has exceeded 32 pitches for the 28-year-old right-hander. Oh and 1 to Mercedes. Motion pitch, high and outside. Blake Galen drove in the first inning run with a ground ball for his 13th ribby of the year. One and 1 to the switch hitting second baseman. Rendon bluffs off third. The pitch to Mercedes. Hit high in the air. Foul over on the third base side again. This one sounded like it hit on a rooftop somewhere. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mercedes. I finally encountered cicadas today as I was driving back up here. North of Baltimore, they were everywhere. Some of them met their demise against my windshield, as one might expect. Time called briefly. 1-2, and to Mercedes, line drive. That's right at the shortstop. However, Sanchez gloves it for the final out of the inning. The Barnstormers do pick up 2 runs in the frame. They do it on 3 hits. There were 2 errors. 2 were stranded. We'll go to the bottom of the second inning. The Barnstormers collect a bit of an edge here. Lancaster goes ahead by a score of 3-1.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Off's Excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Here is Wellington Dotel leading off the second for the York Revolution, his 6th season in the Atlantic League, and at the moment, sporting yellow shoes. Dotel is having a fine start, hitting .391. He has a home run. He has driven in 7. Barnstormers couldn't get him out on that opening weekend. Called strike to him. It's 0-1. He was 6 for 10 in that series, with 3 runs knocked in. Right-handed batter out of a slightly open stance, and he looks at a second strike from DeSabatino, who settled down after retiring or after allowing the first three batters to reach base. One of those was picked off. He then struck out the 4 and 5 hitters last inning, and he's ahead of Dotel at no balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers are up here 3-1. As I mentioned earlier, not only are these two teams battling this week, but these two ballparks are. So go to ballparkdigest.com and find the link to voting for the Partner League stadiums. Barnstormers, Clipper Magazine Stadium, the Revs, Peoples Bank Park in the Elite Eight. And right now, Clipper Magazine Stadium is in the lead, but don't take it for granted. Make sure you go there and vote. 0-2 still on Dotel. DeSabatino to the plate, and it's inside. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Outfield plays Dotel to hit the other way. He often does, and he drives this to dead center. De Aza going back. De Aza still going back, and it's over his head and bouncing up against the batter's eye. Dotel makes a turn at second and holds on. The Barnstormers throw through to third. Wellington Dotel launching the ball to dead center field and picking up his 4th double of the season. Runner at second base with nobody out, bringing on the catcher Carlos Castro, who's hitting a nice, cool 410. He has 2 homers and 15 runs batted in. And Castro has only played in 11 games. He has 39 at-bats, and he's driven in 15 runs. York, as a team, leading the league at 296. The Barnstormers are now 3rd in team batting, largely due to the doubleheader on Saturday. They dropped from 2nd to 3rd, but the Barnstormers are 2nd in runs scored. Skied foul by Castro, out of play to the right. He was just 1 for 4 against the Barnstormers opening weekend. York has scored 116 runs in 15 games. That's 7.7 per game. The Barnstormers are averaging 6.4. DeSabatino comes set, and that is fouled back. He's got Castro, too. The Barnstormers' pitching stats were helped out by the weekend series. The team ERA still nowhere near where you want it, though. Pulled to left field, and that is in for a base hit. Robinson will backhand it and hold Dotel to third. A single for Castro. These two slow down for no one. First and third with nobody out. Third baseman Josh Vitters coming to the plate and looking to make amends for the drop pop-up in the top of the inning. Vitters batting 158 with 5 runs batted in. Again, DeSabatino in danger at the start of an inning. He's had 2 strikes, by the way, on both hitters here in the second inning. He's had them 0-2. And again, that can be experience. And both, in one case, Dotel at 1-2, and then Castro at 0-2, hitting the ball very hard. That is up, maybe away to Vitters. Ball 1 and no strikes. York with 4 hits on the board. Remember, the Revs scored in double digits every game against the Barnstormers opening weekend. 1-0, the count to Vitters. De La Rosa sets the target. There's the 3/4 delivery that swung on and missed. It is a ball and a strike. DeSabatino could certainly use a strikeout here. The second baseman, Andrew Dundon, waits on deck. Dominic DeSabatino angles it in low. It is ball 2 and a strike. The Barnstormers with 3 on the board, but against this York team, you can never have enough. 2 balls, 1 strike to Vitters. DeSabatino misses badly outside. It is 3-1 now. trying a different approach, getting ahead 0-2 didn't work. 3-1 on Vitters. DeSabatino risks loading the bases for Dundon, who has 4 times as many runs batted in as he has hits. Pickoff throw to first, and able to get back in is Castro. No longer is the move available to right-handed pitchers, bluffing to third in this situation. Ben Fritz, the best ever that I have seen, but he wouldn't be able to do that now. It's a balk. Ball 4 is outside, and they're loaded. Dundon will step in with Dotel at third, Castro at second, and Vitters at first. Andrew Dundon has 8 runs batted in on only 2 hits. 1 double. It's not like he has a grand slam. So the master of productive outs is Dundon. He could do it here. It's a situation where he's obviously looking for more than that. Bases loaded, nobody out against Dominic DeSabatino. Play in just the bottom half of the second inning. Here is the pitch, and that doesn't get back to the inside corner. Ball 1 and no strikes. DeSabatino has good stuff. Ross Peoples and the rest of the coaching staff and others discovered him during the tryout camp. Ball 2 is outside, and he would have been on the ball club even had it not been for all of the signings. Now Ross Peoples is going to pay a visit. This is the time to use one of those precious breaks that you're given, only 3 in the ball game, to visit the mound. And Peoples takes one here in the bottom of the second inning. It is already 2-0 on Dundon with the bases loaded, nobody out. Top of the order coming up next. Ross doesn't want to have to go to the bullpen and punch Dugan out of the game. That would be the first price paid. And again, you run that risk with the first of 6 games in a row of overtaxing the bullpen. The Barnstormers have made some moves in the bullpen. They released the local guy, Gavilan Fogarty Harnish, and they picked up a guy from the University of Pittsburgh by the name of Jordan McCrum, and a right-hander, former Miami Marlins farmhand, R.J. Peace. So they have been added to the club, and Jared Lakin has been placed on the DL, retroactive to May 29th. He can be activated at any time. DeSabatino throws a strike. It's 2-1 here. He and the defense behind him looking for some outs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Dominic ready to go. Here's the pitch, and that is strike 2. He got the outside corner at the knees. Great spot against Dundon. So at least for the moment, the advice of Ross Peoples has worked. We've gone from 2-0 to 2-2. Darian Sanford is on deck. Big pitch here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. De La Rosa sets the target, and it's stung foul. Not quite straight back, off at an angle toward Sanford in the on-deck area because he's technically not standing in the circle. It's only a guideline these days, folks. 2-2 on Andrew Dundon. And the sound system was still engaged. An unnatural pause here, and DeSabatino ready to go once again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch, and he got him, a swing and a miss. A huge out for Dominic DeSabatino. He roars back to fan Dundon, striking out his 3rd of the ball game. With 1 out, Sanford will step in. Darian with a walk back in the first inning. Moved to second on an infield base hit by Jan Sanchez, and then was picked off. DeSabatino has gotten 1. As you know, it's almost impossible to double up Sanford. Ball has to be stung right at somebody. The pitch inside and low to Darian. Ball 1 and no strikes. You don't want to give up another walk here to Sanford. You want to force him to swing the bat. Some of his base hits end up being force plays if guys are on ahead of him. 1-0. Taken for a strike on the outer edge. And we go to 1-1. This already a long ball game. The two pitchers combined nearly at 100 pitches. 1-1, the count to Sanford. DeSabatino to the plate. He reaches and dribbles a foul, does Darian. So it's 1-2. Popular barnstormer for 3 seasons. Ross traded him here to York. He was looking to go in another direction. That direction initially was B.J. Boyd. The trade happened not before this season, but before 2020. Last I knew, Boyd was hitting .393 at Wichita. Ground ball slowly hit to the first baseman, Galen, and he runs out of options. Everybody's safe. As I said, a lot of Sanford's base hits could have been force plays. That one could have been a force out, but Galen couldn't decide where to go. Dotel scores. Everybody else moves up 1. Sanford is on. It's 3-2, and Jan Sanchez comes to the plate. Galen cut that off in front of Mercedes. He looked home, didn't see a play there. Looked at second, didn't see a play there. And by that time, forget it. When it comes to Sanford, I think he had beaten DeSabatino to the bag. 3-2 now, and here is Sanchez. DeSabatino works inside for a ball. It's 1-0. An infield base hit and a run batted in for Darian Sanford. Swing and a miss. Big cut by Sanchez, trying to triple York's run output in one swing of the bat. Melky Mesa waits on deck. Barnstormers need to be able to make a play on defense. The same could be said of the Revs. Neither defense has helped out its respective pitcher in this game. Now, the Barnstormers aren't charged with any errors, and they were tough plays, legitimately base hits, but if one of them's made, the picture's different. Swing and a miss. DeSabatino has been effective at times against the right-handed batters when he drops down. Sanchez batting 1-2. Mesa, the left fielder, waits on deck. They would love a ground ball here. The pitch. And there it is, but it is fair inside the bag at third, down into the corner. And this is going to score 2. Sanford is going to be waved as well as the ball takes a funny kick on Robinson. He is home, and it's 5-3. Yanked down the third base line by Sanchez, and he clears the bases. 5-3 York. Here in the bottom of the second inning, Melky Mesa will come to the plate. DeSabatino had some daylight when he struck out Dundon, but that bleeder hit from Sanford created havoc. And DeSabatino's having a night he's not able to put away hitters. He's gotten 2 strikes on most of them and isn't finishing them off, and that can just be, as I said, inexperience. To Mesa, it is low for a ball, 1-0. A 4-run second for York. And the Revs now lead 5-3. York, in the series at Clipper Magazine Stadium, scored 39 runs in 3 games, but only took 1 out of the 3. Go figure. Swing and a miss by Mesa going for broke. And it is now 1-1. Ross Peoples declines to get anybody going in the bullpen as of yet. One ball, one strike. Right there. And DeSabatino works ahead at 1-2. Dotel started the inning with a double launched over the head of De Aza in center. The most recent 2-base hit yanked inside the third base bag, and Jan Sanchez is now 11 for 21. Here comes the 1-2. That is cut on and missed. So DeSabatino has recorded 5 outs now in this game, 4 on strikes and 1 on a pickoff. When the Revs put the ball in play, they're 6 for 6. That's insane. And here is Nelly Rodriguez, the first baseman. He was one of the strikeout victims back in the first inning. 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, 6 hits, 5 runs. Swing and a miss by Rodriguez. DeSabatino gets ahead at 0-1. It would have served Dominic, I think, a lot better to have gradually increased his role here. As it is, he has found himself opening a series against the league's best hitting team, not just once, but twice. Putting a lot on his shoulders. He has Rodriguez 0-2. Sanchez, the runner at second, with 2 outs in the inning. De La Rosa sets the target. DeSabatino looks back, and the offering sinks low. It's ball 1, 2 strikes. But both Welch and DeSabatino have thrown over 50 pitches in this game already. We have reached and cleared the 1-hour mark, and we're still in the bottom of the second. 5-3 York. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Rodriguez. And it is outside. De La Rosa throws behind the runner at second base, and back in is Sanchez. And no, he wasn't. It was an acrobatic tag. It may have gone over the bag. Or was TrackMan late on that call? I'll clear it up for you. But in the inning, it is, we do know this, 4 runs on 4 hits. And we'll go to the third with York leading 5-3.
Did you know that the 2021 Lancaster Barnstormers Club has 2 players headed to the Summer Olympic Games in Tokyo, Japan? That's right, our own Blake Galen and Jared Lakeland are on their way to the Olympics as members of Team Israel. To help celebrate our 2 Olympians, Clipper Magazine Stadium will play host as Team Israel will take on the Susquehanna Valley Stars at noon on Saturday, July 17th as part of their training camp before heading to the Tokyo Games. For ticket information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com's events link.
There are those who say,
Leave well enough alone.
If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
You don't mess with success.
while others have something quite different to say. The Lexus RX, with dynamic handling and available 12.3-inch touchscreen. It's the best-selling luxury crossover of all time. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
It is Blake Galen leading off the top of the third for the Barnstormers, who now trail 5-3 as we careen wildly back and forth in this game. And just to clear it up, it was a called third strike on Mesa. Everybody was watching the play at second. Now to Galen high for a ball, 1-0. Or actually, I take that back on Rodriguez. I already had the third strike on Mesa chalked. Ball 2 is low, 2-0. That's 5 strikeouts now for Dominic DeSabatino. But I understand there was about a 2 or 3 second delay. There was the play at second was already recorded as the runner Sanchez being back in safely, and then strike 3 was called after the throw and the tag. Here's a 3-0. Galen chucks the bat after a leadoff walk, and here we go again. Welch has walked 3. DeSabatino has walked 2. There's been 1 walk in each half inning so far. The 3-run double by Sanchez right now stands as the difference in the game. Trayvon Robinson comes to the plate. He flied to center his first time up. York 5, Lancaster 3. Don't believe for a minute the scoring is over. Galen draws a pickoff throw from Welch. He's back in standing. Infield for the Revolution, set double play depth. To Robinson. It is down low, and Welch has missed with all 5 this half an inning. DeSabatino, with a crazy game in progress, has thrown now 60 pitches in his 2 innings. Breaking ball gets the inside corner. Robinson bats at 1-1. And Welch is not far behind. I believe that was his 59th. Throw to first again for the second time. Galen able to scramble back. Robinson batting, DeAsa on deck, and then Dugan. 1-1, Robinson ground ball to the right side, just under the glove of Dundon. And out into right field, Robinson with a base hit. Runners are at first and second with nobody out. Alejandro DeAsa coming to the plate. He grounded out 3-1 his first time up. Back come the Barnstormers. 4 hits now for Lancaster. We've determined it's just going to be a slugfest every time these two ball clubs meet up with one another here in 2021. We saw 64 runs in the 3 games at Clipper Magazine Stadium. On the inside corner to DeAsa for a strike. It is 0-1. 8 in 2 innings here tonight, and the Barnstormers have runners at first and second with nobody out. DeAsa bats 0-1. Welch will deliver, and Alejandro drives this to right center field, but there's the benefit of having Darian Sanford. He sprints over to make the catch, and there's 1 out. Kelly Dugan to the plate. Dugan popped to short his first time up. He hit the pitch up there a ways for the second out, back in inning 2. Kelly's hitting .353 with runners in scoring position. Hence the RBI spree he's been on. First and second now with 1 out. Dugan trying to at least get 1 on the board here. The pitch from Welch settles in low. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Galen and Robinson take their leads. Here's the 1-0 to Dugan off the inside corner. He gets to 2-0. Alamond, who homered his first time up, waits on deck. York 5 and the Stormers 3. Play is in just the top half of the third inning tonight. The 2-0 pitch. It gets through, and the runners will move to second and third. Meanwhile, the count goes to 3-0 on Dugan. We'll await a ruling on this. My thinking is wild pitch on that one, but we'll wait till it's official. And I was right. Welch charged with a wild pitch. Dugan's up there at 3-0. A base hit could score 2 very easily with Robinson, the runner at second base. Dugan awaits. Here's the pitch. This one reaches the outside corner to bring the count to 3-1. Lancaster looking to bounce right back in this game. To Dugan, 3-1. Lifted foul and out of play. So Welch has fought back to 3 balls and 2 strikes. He'd love the strikeout. He'll take a pop-up, but realistically, with a 2-run lead, he just wants an out of any kind here. 3-2 to Dugan. The pitch is swung on and lined, base hit into right field, kind of a hooking soft line drive. One is home. Robinson is held at third. Kelly Dugan with the RBI single, and his RBI parade continues. Galen is home. Robinson's held up, and I think the reason for that is that initially off the bat, it looked like Rodriguez had a shot at making a leaping backhanded catch, and Robinson checked up off of second base. Blake Allman steps in. He had a foul pop up to the third baseman Vitters last time up. Vitters dropped it, giving Allman new life, and on the very next pitch, he homered. His 4th of the season. Now he's batting with runners at the corners and 1 out. Foul ball straight back into the net. It is no balls and a strike on Blake, who has 4 home runs, all solo, 5 runs batted in. Amazingly, he's still looking for his first hit with a runner in scoring position, but those have a tendency to come in bunches. Here's the pitch, and it is low. Alamond bats at 1-1. Anderson De La Rosa's on deck. York 5, Lancaster 4. We have not had a scoreless half inning yet. The Barnstormers look at least to tie it up here. Saved by Castro, and the count is in Blake Allman's favor at 2-1. Robinson up the line from third. Dugan is off first. Welch will deliver 2-1. And Blake gets ball 3, too close. 3-1 now. Infield looking to turn 2 to Alamond. It's spanked foul to the screen in front of the York dugout. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Welch has not struck out a batter yet, which would, I think, tempt Ross Peoples to put Dugan in motion here. Try to stay out of the double play. 3-2 with 1 out. He does take off. The pitch to Alamond is driven toward left center field. Sanford will be there to make the catch. A chance for the double play. Tagging off third now is Robinson, and they will get the double play. Sanford didn't have a chance at first base, but the Barnstormers thought that the throw would go in that direction. They turn Robinson loose late, and he gets cut down at home and cut down by plenty. So it's a line drive to center. Alamond hit it well, but it results in a double play. The Barnstormers held to just 1 run, 2 hits with no errors, and they leave 1 on the bases. We will go to the bottom half of the third inning. York holds the lead It is 5-4.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings, a delicious sub made the way you love, fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
You'd really like to have a split screen replay on that last double play to see exactly when Robinson broke for the plate. It couldn't have been right away as Sanford caught the ball. He was out by too much to have had a relay on it. It had to be a late break, thinking the throw was going to go to first on Dugan. Now DeSabatino misses outside to Rashad Crawford, one of Dominic's 5 strikeout victims so far. 5-4 York in another game that borders on the absolute bizarre. Called strike to the outside corner. It's 1-1. DeSabatino has not retired a hitter on a batted ball as of yet. 5 strikeouts and a pickoff. The back foot has to be taken out of the way. It's 2-1 on Crawford. We've seen a pickoff. We've seen that last double play. The Barnstormers making a critical out on the bases. Here comes the 2-1. Crawford with a swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, we're involved in a game that seems to be taking an eternity. Two balls and 2 strikes. Crawford pops it up, and we may have the first defensive play behind DeSabatino. We do, as Rondon backpedals to get it. I've said before, he's as good as we've had in handling pop-ups. 1 out. Wellington Dotel comes to the plate. Dotel doubled over Diaz's head to start off the 4-run home half of the second inning. By the way, the out on Robinson went 8-3-2. Dugan was going to get back to first. He had reacted to that line drive. And then Robinson broke for the plate and was thrown out on a relay. High for a ball to Dotel, 1-0. Lancaster tried to sneak a run home, and it backfired. Fouled away. Dotel bats at 1-1. So now it's up to DeSabatino to keep York off the scoreboard in the bottom of the third. There is action beginning in the York bullpen. They would lose Dotel or somebody else if Dotel were to move into the field. Swung on and missed. Wellington Dotel does not take soft swings. He just doesn't. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I've watched this man for years now in the Atlantic League. Bridgeport, his brief stay at Sugarland, as I said, I don't think Wellington Dotel is necessarily Pete Incaviglia's cup of tea. He has found a home in York. 1-2 pitch, strike 3 called. It got the outside corner. And for Dominic DeSabatino, strikeout number 6. So you know he's got something working for him. You struck out 20 batters in 15 1/3 innings here in the Atlantic League. But it's just not there all the time, and he's also now allowed 21 hits and 21 runs and 12 walks. Here is Castro. How does anybody get this guy out? The Atlantic League hasn't figured it out yet. He's batting .425. Right-handed hitter on top of the plate. 2 outs, nobody on, lower half of the 3rd inning. Swing and a miss at the pitch in his eyes, and it's 0-1. Carlos Castro doing the bulk of the catching chores for manager Mark Mason. Goes after the 1-strike pitch and lobs this foul down the right side to get to 0-2. He's been around since 2012. No, not that Carlos Castro. It's a common name. And another foul fly ball down the right field line. Still 2 strikes. Breaking ball, line drive, and he's got another hit on another 2-strike count. A line single over the head of Clay Luis Rondon. A 2-out base runner, and Josh Vitters will step to the plate. 0-2 pitches both times, as I recall. Vitters stands in, right-handed hitter. Now, I did have the right Carlos Castro. It just says he's a relief pitcher on his online bio. Swing and a miss. It is 0-1. But this is the right guy. What a start. Last year he hit 2019, last baseball season. He hit .276 in the Frontier League. Foul ball back. It's 0-2. Boy, Mark Mason and Anuel Polanco can find the hitters that somehow suit this club well. Castro at first with 2 away. No balls and 2 strikes to Vitters. DeSabatino goes to work, and it's beaten foul of the 3rd baseline. Still 0-2. 5-4, York leading. 7 hits for the Revs. The Barnstormers 5. Oh, 2 once again. Swung on and missed. DeSabatino with 2 more strikeouts here in the 3rd. He's got 7 for the game. 1 hit and 1 left at the end of 3 tonight. The score is the York Revolution 5 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 4.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gockenauers.com.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Anderson De La Rosa steps in to start things off in the Barnstormers' fourth. He walked and scored the first time around. 5 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for York. They've left 3. De La Rosa looks at a pitch inside. It is a ball, 1-0. For the Barnstormers, 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors. And also 3 runners left on base. De La Rosa, Rondon, and Gindel here in top 4. And again, it is inside to Dela. Ball 2-0. 296 hitter at the start of the night. He lets it go, and it's ball 3. Welch has walked the leadoff batter in the first and the third, and he's working his way toward it again here in the 4th inning, and does. Ball 4 is outside. De La Rosa has walked twice. He has not been known in the past as a guy who's drawn a tremendous number of bases on balls. That is his 6th of this season. Here is Rondon. Clay Luis reached on a single, an infield base hit back in the 2nd inning on a high bounder on the left side that was misjudged in a couple of different ways. He now lays a bunt down. It's a pretty good one. Vitters will charge it. Vitters will throw, and Vitters will not get him. Beautiful bunt by Rondon, and for the Barnstormers, runners are at first and second with nobody out. Very well placed by Clay Luis Rondon. Another 2-hit game for him. When he gets 1, he generally gets 2. That's kind of been the pattern in the early going for Rondon. That is his now 5th 2-hit game. The batter is Gindel, who's 1 out of 1. He has a run scored and a run batted in. A walk and a single for him. Welch to the plate. Gindel turns on it and grounds it foul up the first baseline. He's down a strike at his 0-1. Melvin Mercedes is on deck, and then Blake Galen to follow as the Barnstormers try to make up the 1-run deficit and perhaps even more. De La Rosa's at second. Rondon, the runner at first base. Gindel trailing by a strike here against Welch. Right-hander comes set, and to Gindel, it's off the outside corner. Ball 1, strike 1. The Barnstormers have some loud outs in this game, too. As a matter of fact, some of the outs have been louder than some of the base hits. Mercedes lined out in the 2nd. De Aza hit the ball pretty well last inning. So did Alamond. Sanford was there on both of them, and now Gindel gives one a ride. Deep right field, way back it goes, and the walls will not contain it. It's up in the flags out in right field. A 3-run jack for Caleb Gindel, and the Barnstormers resume the lead at 7-5. Third home run of the season for Gindel. He's got a 4 RBI night working. Lancaster up by 2, and Melvin Mercedes will start this inning all over again. 7 hits and 7 runs off of Welch. Mercedes has rolled out up the first base line, 2-3 officially, and then the last time up with runners at the corners, he hit it hard, but straight at the shortstop Sanchez. 0 for 2 for Melvin tonight. Here's the pitch from Welch. He is upstairs for a ball. It is 1-0. And ball 2 is low as Welch labors here in the 4th inning. There is action in the York bullpen. This one floats into the zone. A strike to Mercedes. And the count is 2-1. He's being cheated toward the opposite field, and he drops a bunt down. Welch will get after this one. Barehanded pickup, but then he throws the ball away down the right field line. And Mercedes will gallop the second as the play is backed up by Dundon. Welch with the barehanded pickup, but a wild throw. That, in my book, should be a bunt single and an error, but I think it's going error all the way by the looks of things. Blake Galen will step in. We'll wait till it's officially posted online. But the scoreboard only put an error up. Galen 0 for 1 with a walk and a run batted in. Well, online it is, as I called it, a bunt single and an E1, as it should be. Ball 1 inside and low. 1 ball and nothing to Galen. Trayvon Robinson waits on deck. Some great bunts by the Barnstormers here in the 4th inning. Rendon and Mercedes each with a bunt single. Now a 2-0 count on Galen. Welch at this point sees very little in the way of an escape. Trying to fight back, but the Barnstormers have gotten to him again here in the 4th inning. Ball 3 inside and low. 3-0. With the switch hitting Robinson due next. Lancaster trying to add more. No lead is safe when these two get together. Ball 4 to Galen inside and low. He walks for the second time. Welch has put 5 on. He looks frustrated. Is there a lifeline being thrown? Robinson will bat. Trayvon is 1 for 2. He was thrown out at the plate, doubled up 8-3 to 2 last inning. His single to right did help build the inning, though. York has 4 lefties. 3 of them in their bullpen, Fry, Fuller, and Paredes. It's really earlier than you would see any of those. That ball is tapped out in front of the plate. The throw from Castro goes to third. They cut down Mercedes, 2-5. Robinson safe on the fielder's choice. That brings on DeAza. Runners at first and second, but now with 1 out. Robinson with one of those tappers that somehow should have gone foul, but it didn't. Castro was right on it. DeAza is grounded to first and line to Sanford toward right center field. Galen leads off second. Robinson off first. Way inside and low to DeAza, and a balk was charged. That costs them the double play possibility. The infielders will be brought in to the edge of the grass. De Aza, who loves to work the middle of the field, with a chance to pick up a couple more Barnstormers runs here. Galen to third, Robinson to second. Welch ready to go. He brings it home, and De Aza waves at that one. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Caleb Gindel already a 3-run homer here in the 4th inning. Now the Barnstormers are reset with runners at second and third. It's actually 0-1 on De Aza. The first pitch did not count because of the balk. Welch deals. That's inside and low. Almost hits him. Ball 1, strike 1. Welch has gone into the 90s on his pitch count with 1 out in the 4th inning. And DeSabatino's already at 77. What's amazing about that is DeSabatino hasn't been notably wild. There's a pitch in the dirt, gets away from Castro. Charging home is Galen. He scores on what I'm sure will go down as a wild pitch, and now it is 8-5. Robinson ahead to third, and De Aza bats at 2-1. DeSabatino is throwing 71% strikes and still has thrown 77 pitches in 3 innings to 17 batters. He's had a really peculiar night, but he leads 8-5, 2-1. De Aza swings and lifts it in the air right field. This is carrying some. Should be good enough to score a run. Crawford back. He makes the leaping catch on the track, and Robinson will gallop home easily this time on a long sacrifice fly to right field for Alejandro De Aza. And the Barnstormers are now up 9-5 here in the 4th inning. Kelly Dugan will bat with 2 outs and the bases empty. He has singled in a run in this game, 1 out of 2. Five runs on the board for Lancaster in this half inning. They've been able to bring in everybody who's reached base. A strike is taken by Dugan. It is 0-1. Big swing and a foul ball back for a second strike. It's 0-2. Welch has been left out there for 3 2/3 innings. He misses high and wide to Dugan. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Again, we're just in the top of the 4th, and this game's been going on for an hour and 39 minutes officially. Ball 2 hits Kelly. Got him in the foot. And Aleman will be the 9th batter this inning. He, however, is not likely to be facing Welch. Mark Mason has already signaled down to his bullpen. Welch will be lifted at this point. The Barnstormers and Aleman will be facing a new pitcher entering play here in the top of the 4th inning. Lancaster leading 9-5, and we will be right back.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gockenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gockenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
Jake Welch out after 99 pitches, but he lasted only 3 2/3 innings tonight. And he gives way to Bruce Bell, a right-hander out of Louisville, Kentucky. 6 feet tall, 195 pounds, and a youngster, just 24 years of age, is Bell. He'll face Blake Allemond, who has homered and lined into a double play so far in this game. Barnstormers have scored 5 times here in the top of the 4th inning, doing it with just 3 hits. 2 of those have been bunts, and the other one a booming home run to right field by Gindel. They have a sac fly by Deasa, been a couple of walks, a hit batter. They've been able to get everybody home. The balk played a role, a wild pitch, a sacrifice fly. It's been a busy inning without the Barnstormers jumping all over Welch necessarily. And here is Allemond batting for the 3rd inning in a row. Bell to the set, and his pitch almost hit Blake. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Lancaster's out-hit York 8-7 and outscored York 9-5. 1-0. Allemond lets this one ride and gets ball 2 and no strikes. Anderson De La Rosa started this inning with a walk. He's out there on deck. Another night where the scorecard is going to be all scratched up. Allemond tries to go the other way, but he hammers a foul, and it's 2-1. He has looked so much better than a .230 hitter. There's Allemond. I've said the same about Rendon. 2-1 to him. There goes the runner, and the pitch is inside. Castro's throw down is late. In its second is Kelly Dugan with a steal. He was in motion last inning when Allemond lined to Sanford. Initially, the throw did go in the direction of first base to try and double up Kelly. They had no play there, but Robinson tried to sneak home, and he was out by a lot. Dugan in scoring position. Allemond bats at 3 balls and a strike. Lancaster trying to get to double digits for the 3rd straight game they played the Revs. A wild War of the Roses. High hopper along the first baseline. This could be a squirrely play. The first baseman, Rodriguez, managed to stick with the spin and tag out Allemond. 3 unassisted to end the inning. Or the Barnstormers, though, it is 5 runs, 3 hits, no errors. 1 man is stranded. We'll go to the bottom half of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers now leading by a count of 9-5.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
In the War of the Roses movie, Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner threw a lot at each other. Well, so is the case with the Barnstormers and the Revs through the first 3 games in Lancaster this year and the first 3.5 of this one over here in York. The Barnstormers now leading 9-5, and here is Andrew Dundon leading off against Dominic DeSabatino, who misses inside. It is ball 1 and no strikes. DeSabatino leading by 4, and he has a boatload of strikeouts through 3 innings, but he's been hardly clean. The 1-0 pitch, Dundon will look at that for a strike called, and it is 1-1, 77 pitches thrown by DeSabatino. The first 3 innings. He's allowed 7 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks. 1-1, Dundon, swing and a miss. It is a ball and 2 strikes. He has fanned Mesa once, Rodriguez twice, Crawford once, Dotel once, Vitters once, and Dundon once as DeSabatino. Down and away, we get to 2-2. There's only been 1 out made on a batted ball from the Revs in the game. Sanford's on deck, and then Jan Sanchez. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, line center field, and back come the Revs. A leadoff base hit for Dundon. DeSabatino has had 2 strikes on most York hitters tonight. Some he's been able to put away with the 3rd strike and make them look pretty bad, and others have roped the ball with 2 strikes. Here is Sanford with a runner at first and nobody out. The Barnstormers bunted for a pair of base hits in the top of the inning, and Sanford may try to do likewise in the bottom of the 4th inning. Right now, nobody is throwing in the Barnstormers bullpen. We have seen Bell come in for York in the top of the inning. DeSabatino comes set, and to Sanford, it's smoked. Mercedes spears it. Rondon 1 back to first, and if you can't double up Sanford on that, you can't double up Sanford. A fielder's choice. He is safe at first. The out 4-6. A sharp 1 hopper right at Melvin Mercedes, the second baseman, and still Darian Sanford is not doubled up. Almost impossible when he's batting left-handed, unless he's off balance on the swing, and clearly that wasn't the case. 1 out, runner on, and here is Jan Sanchez, who's reached on an infield base hit to the hole at shortstop, and then last time up, he doubled in 3 runs with a sharp grounder inside the bag at 3rd. It's only the 4th inning. You could certainly see Sanford running here. 1 out and 1 on. 8 hits apiece now. Just playing the bottom of the 4th inning. There have been soft hits. There have been loud hits. DeSabatino comes set. Sanford holds. The pitch is a strike to the outside corner. It's 0-1. Dominic DeSabatino has made some really good pitches in this game. Very well placed. But sometimes it appears he's getting a little too much of the zone with 2 strikes on a hitter. 0-1 to Sanchez. Next offering, down and in. Make it 1 ball and 1 strike. There's the makings of something very, very good here in DeSabatino. 1 ball, 1 strike. Infield looking to turn 2 now on Sanchez. Here's the set, swing and a miss, and again, it's 2 strikes on a hitter. Sanchez is the 20th man to step in for the Revolution in this game, and I would imagine a good 15 or 16 have gotten to 2 strikes in the count. 1-2 here. Sanford, the runner at first base. Darian might be the exception. Sanchez awaits. Here's the pitch. Oh, this time DeSabatino gets him with a breaking ball. 8 strikeouts now for Dom. 2 outs, and here is Mesa. He has doubled home a run, and he is struck out. 1 out of 2. Now it's down to just Sanford and Castro, who have not fanned against the lanky Barnstormers right-hander. Mesa played to pull in the infield. The outfield is straight away against him. Sanford leads off first. He's not going. Mesa with a swing and a foul back over the screen. He is down a strike. It is 0-1. If DeSabatino can get through Mesa here, you still have the shot at him working 5 innings without overly extending himself. The Barnstormers trying to be conservative with their bullpen. 0-1. Swing and a miss. DeSabatino facing York for the 3rd time through the order, and he's looking strong. No balls and 2 strikes. The count to former Yankee Melky Mesa, the fan favorite here in York. He is, to some extent, taken over the role as the face of the franchise. No balls and 2 strikes. There goes Sanford. The pitch is outside. The throw by De La Rosa is a dandy, and the tag may have been even better. Sanford is thrown out trying to steal. That will end the inning. The Revs will have to get it all started with Mesa next inning. No runs on a hit with no errors, nobody left. We're done with 4, and the Barnstormers lead it by the score of 9-5.
The Lexus NX is crafted to take on the modern adventure called life.
Alexa, what's the quickest route home?
With Amazon Alexa compatibility and the advanced Lexus safety system, the Lexus NX is modern utility for the modern world. Because modern obstacles require modern solutions. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Amazon Alexa and all related logos are trademarks of Amazon.com Inc. or its affiliates. Not all Amazon Alexa functionality is available for in-vehicle use.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Anderson De La Rosa will start the 5th inning for the Barnstormers. He has walked twice and he has scored twice tonight. Lancaster up 9-5 as we head into this top half of the 5th inning. Barnstormers facing Bell for the first full inning. Right-hander into the motion, and the Kentuckian delivers a strike to the inside corner, 0-1. Welch tried to find that location against De La Rosa all night, and he kept missing, and he walked him twice. 0-1 to De La Rosa. Next offering is fouled right at home plate. De La Rosa just made a very nice throw to cut down Darian Sanford on a steal attempt, closing out the bottom half of the 4th inning. But the throw took a little bit of a hop. It was right on line. Mercedes able to scoop it up for the tag. De La Rosa batting 0-2 here against Bell. The pitch hits him. De La Rosa nailed it, looked like, in the upper arm. Dugan was hit last inning. The Barnstormers have Dale on again. Third time he's been on base and is yet to do it by swinging the bat. Well, here is Rondon, who's reached on an infield hit and a perfect bunt single. 2 for 2 for Rondon tonight. We'll see if he can come up with his first 3-hit game of the year. De La Rosa aboard with nobody out in the 5th inning. The Barnstormers have scored in all 4 innings of this game, and dating back to Sunday, 6 innings in a row. Beautiful breaking ball and strike 1 on Rondon. Infield for the Revs set at double play depth. Right-hander Bell to the set. Rondon takes a half-hearted swing at what he figured was going to be strike 2 anyway. He trails no balls and 2 strikes against Bell. That is strike 3 called. First strikeout for York pitching in the game. 1 out with De La Rosa aboard, and here is Gindel, who has been nothing but a huge headache for York pitching, specifically Jake Welch tonight. 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored and 4 runs batted in. He thundered a 3-run homer out of here. It gave the Barnstormers the lead just last inning. Bell goes to work on Gindel. There's that breaking ball, swing and a miss. It is 0-1. It does appear to be a little bit high, but the Barnstormers haven't been able to handle it. Bell coming in was 0-1. He'd given up 12 hits and 9 earned runs in 8 2/3 innings with 5 walks and 2 strikeouts. To Gindel, 0-1. Just missed that. He fouled it back to the center of the net, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Melvin Mercedes waits on deck. Lancaster leading by 4 with play in the top half of the 5th inning. Gindel bats 0-2. The breaking ball is fouled off. Caleb's trying to time it. Bell's stuff does seem to be up in the zone, but the Barnstormers haven't been able to gauge it. Time is called. Gindel backs off momentarily. Two strikes once again. Bell will bring it, and Gindel will line it to center. He's 3 for 3. Couple of bounces out to Sanford. A short turn at second for De La Rosa. And for the Barnstormers, runners at first and second for Melvin Mercedes. Caleb Gindel's having himself a night. The Barnstormers club leader in homers and runs batted in 2 years ago, and he was really in position possibly to win the league titles toward the end of the season. There's a hook inside to Mercedes for ball 1. 1 for 3 for Mercedes in the game, a bunt single last inning. De La Rosa at second, Gindel the runner at first. 1 ball, no strikes to Melvin Mercedes. He tries to time the pitch, and it's fouled back, 1-1. Blake Galen is on deck. Galen's walked twice. The top two scoring teams in the Atlantic League locking horns once again, and it's another slugfest. Melvin Mercedes bats at a ball and a strike. He swings and misses. Make it 1-2. Gindel got the 2 strikes and was able to gauge Bell. Mercedes will try to do the same thing. Runners again, inch off the bags as Mercedes awaits the 1-2. And time is called. Melvin granted another timeout as Bell had started the motion. The 1-2 comes through. A fastball swung at and missed. This inning is up to Galen now. Blake has walked twice and grounded out to drive in a run. He has scored twice. 2 on, 2 out in the top of inning 5. Bell pitching Mercedes backwards. And I think Melvin might have been looking for a breaking ball there. The fastball got by him. Galen to give it a shot. It is low to Blake. Ball 1-0. De La Rosa and Gindel, 2 former teammates in the Milwaukee system, occupy the bases. Another one of their teammates, Jeff Bianchi, the hitting coach for the Barnstormers. One 1-0 to Galen, who has never played in the Milwaukee Brewers organization. High and outside to Blake. It's 2-0. You've got Robinson in the on-deck circle contemplating the possibility that he'll step in with the bases loaded. Blake Galen up there, 2-0. The pitch to him. Runs outside for a 3-0 count. Does Galen have the green light here? He could. Against York, you want to score every run that you can. 3-0. Galen does have the green light, swings away and fouls it off. Straight back over our heads here. 3-1 to the Barnstormer first baseman. Once again, Crawford playing Blake toward the right field line. Sanford slightly toward right center. The infield is straight away. 3 balls and a strike to Galen. And the pitch is strike 2 on the outside corner. Galen started to toss the bat away. That was a scenario last year. Now, the pitch was caught by Carlos Castro, but suppose he had dropped it. And Galen thought he had ball 4, and then he's called out for trying to steal first base. That was my worst nightmare with the juxtaposition of the rules that were in place in the Atlantic League in 19. Payoff pitch to Galen. Bell is ready, and that is ball 4. Galen looks back to confirm it. They're loaded for Trayvon. Robinson is 1 for 3 in the ball game tonight. Robinson singled home a pair with the bases loaded on Sundays, 1 for 3 with the bases full on the season. He's got De La Rosa at third, Gindel at second, Galen at first. 2 outs on strikes here in the top of the 5th inning. Lancaster would like to cash in on this chance as well. Ball 1 is outside to Robinson. 1-0 from Bell. De Aza is on deck. The Barnstormers are on their 4th trip through the lineup, just in the 5th inning. We have seen this often here in 2021. Ball 1, no strikes. The count to Trayvon Robinson. Bell is ready to go out of the full wind, and he serves a strike in there. Trayvon with the option to let that one go, which he did. The count is 1-1. Robinson with just 7 runs batted in for the year. Gindel, the latest to get to double figures. Joining Mercedes, Galen, Dugan, and Clark. Robinson goes the other way. Fly ball left center field. Racing back is Sanford. And he loses the grip in the gap. This will lead to 2 runs. A third is on the way. And Galen will score also. The Barnstormers leading 12-5. Darian Sanford getting back to the warning track on the long fly ball hit by Trayvon Robinson. And I think it carried a little bit more than Sanford thought it was going to. And he couldn't haul it in. Lancaster now with 12 runs, leading 12-5. And that will be a 3-run double for Trayvon Robinson. At least according to what they posted on the scoreboard out there. We'll get the official word. Sanford went back on it, and that ball carried more than he thought. Here is De Asa. Bell ready to go, and Alejandro takes ball 1 upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. The Barnstormers lead by 7. And they put a hit on the board. It's an error in the book. Fastball, good for a strike. De Asa bats 1-1. It looked like Sanford had a play. Well, there will be no RBI for Trayvon. Lancaster has gotten some assistance from the York defense in this game. De Asa ground ball, crisply hit to first, and right there is Rodriguez, who makes one of the better plays we have seen in this game. 3 unassisted. So the inning goes down with the Barnstormers tacking on 3 more runs on only 1 hit. The single by Gindel, there was a costly error. 1 man left on base. And now we will go to the bottom half of the 5th inning with the score, Lancaster 12 and York 5.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Melky Mesa will lead off the bottom of the 5th inning. He is doubling a run, and he has gone down swinging. is being played to pull. He was at the plate when Sanford was thrown out stealing last inning. First pitch is a strike from DeSabatino. Dom with a chance now to possibly coast through the fifth inning with a 7-run lead and be in there long enough to earn the victory tonight. Popped up by Mesa. Tough time of night, foul territory. Galen is right there to make the catch. It is that time of night. The cloud bank is somewhat cleared out. You've got that very high twilight sky. But Galen able to pick it up there, and then he and Mercedes have some fun over on the right side of the infield. 1 out, and Nelly Rodriguez to the plate. He's 0 for 2 on strikes. It is an error all the way on Sanford, and we were discussing it. They looked at it again on the camera, and it looked like Sanford was in position to make a play and simply muffed that fly ball. But I'd have to look at it again. Tough time of night for looking into the gaps as well. Ball 1 to Rodriguez. DeSabatino comes back. That's lifted foul. Crashing off the facing of the stadium. It got metal. Barnstormers now have scored in 7 consecutive innings, a total of 17 runs. I guess it's 0-2. Swing and a miss. Now that makes it 1-2. The scoreboard posted the first pitch as a strike, which I thought was high for a ball, and Bill Worthington now corrects it at 1 ball and 2 strikes. DeSabatino comes back. He fires that one high, so we go to 2-2. Rashad Crawford, the right fielder, waits on deck. Lancaster has not had as great a night at the plate as it sounds. Now a drive by Rodriguez out to left, and Robinson plays it very nicely off the wall to hold him to a single. Robinson's been out there enough here at Peoples Bank Park to know you don't have a chance to go back, so turn around and play the carom. It wasn't high enough to get out. Rodriguez is aboard with the 9th York hit. Of the 12 runs scored by the Barnstormers tonight, only 5 have been earned. 4 York errors and a pass ball have contributed to 7 unearned runs. Rashad Crawford, the batter, he's 0 for 2. He has struck out and popped out. Lancaster up by 7. Rodriguez held by Galen at first. The pitch popped up into that twilight sky. Alleman gives it a look, but that ball is long off the field of play and back into the crowd. The run in the first inning was unearned. The 2 in the second were unearned because of the dropped foul pop-up. No balls, a strike to Crawford. High fly ball left center field. Look out, it is carrying out there tonight. Robinson going back, and that is a ground rule double. It bounced over the fence in left center field. And Robinson may have run into the same problem that plagued Sanford in the top of this inning. Trayvon looked like he was getting over there to make a play and then pulled up. He looked blinded for a second. So it's a ground rule double for Crawford. And the pitcher, Bell, steps to the plate in the spot that had been occupied by Wellington Dotel. DeSabatino goes to work on the pitcher, and the first one is in for a strike called. It is 0-1. Relief pitchers are getting to bat with the double hook rule. But this is the first time up for Bell. DeSabatino now misses, and it's 1-1. Carlos Castro, the catcher, is due next. Lancaster does have action in the bullpen. Junior Rincon is warming up. DeSabatino is high for ball 2. And Dominic might be running out of gas here, which is unfortunate. He's 2 outs from being eligible for the win. Second and third with one out, 2-1 to Bell. Swing and a miss. Bell helped the Sabatino out. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes, but Dominic is over 100 pitches. That was number 103, I do believe. 2-2. He's up and in. Filling the count on Bell. You do not want to walk the opposing pitcher here. As I recheck, they charged 6 earned runs to Welch. It had been 5. Here's the payoff pitch, and it is low, ball 4. Bell works out the walk, and York has an opportunity to get back in this game in the bottom of the 5th inning with Carlos Castro due, and here comes Ross Peoples. DeSabatino, even though he's thrown a lot of strikes, 74 of them in the game, has had to use up too many pitches to get through the Revs in 4 1/3 innings. Ross has the opportunity to leave DeSabatino in the game here. He wants to check on how he feels. Castro both times has had an 0-2 count and then singled. And he's going to face DeSabatino a 3rd time. 8 strikeouts for Dominic. At times, he's looked fabulous. But he could be fading here in the 5th inning. Walking Bell, a mistake. One out with the bases loaded and the catcher Castro coming in. 2 for 2 with a run scored. A delicate spot, even with the Barnstormers leading by 7 in the 5th inning. DeSabatino facing a guy who started the night batting .410 and has improved it to .439. Infield looking for that precious double play ground ball that somehow seems to elude this ball club. The Barnstormers have turned 6 ground ball double plays on the season. That's not many when you're in your 17th game. Bases loaded, 1 out. DeSabatino works to Castro, and it is a ball outside and low, 1-0. His 106th pitch of the night. One and 0. DeSabatino comes back. It's bounced to third. Alemán goes to Mercedes. Back to Galen, a double play. DeSabatino is able to get out of the jam here in the 5th inning, and now he is eligible for that first Atlantic League win. A mop of the brow for DeSabatino and the Barnstormers. No runs, 2 hits with no errors. The Revs strand a pair. Will go to the 6th inning with the Barnstormers leading 12-5.
Bummer. The Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
You don't need to understand how available adaptive variable suspension works, or how pre-collision cameras detect pedestrians in low light. You don't need to understand any of the craft that went into the Lexus ES to feel it. With outstanding connectivity and standard Lexus Safety System Plus 2.0, Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
LSS Plus 2.0 and the pre-collision system with pedestrian detection are not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
Now, taking a look at the other action around the Atlantic League tonight, and of course, we are the slowest game. West Virginia is down 11-3 at Long Island. Play is in the bottom of the seventh inning. Southern Maryland and Gastonia knotted at 3 down near Charlotte. And Lexington owns a 6-2 lead over High Point in the top of the seventh inning. Kelly Dugan leads off here against Bruce Bell, and the pitch is recorded as a strike. Kelly has a single. He's also been hit by a pitch in the game, and he has his first stolen base. 1 out of 2 officially. Dugan goes the other way with a foul, and Bell's ahead of him 0-2. Bruce Bell has been reasonably effective. The 3 runs against him unearned back in the 5th inning with the dropped fly ball in the left center field alley. 0-2. Dugan looks at that, up and in. Ball 1, 2 strikes from Bell. We are 12-5 in favor of the Barnstormers here in the top of the 6th inning. I'm sure DeSabatino will be coming out. And Dugan's night is likely to end there. Kelly with a swing, fly ball out to center. Sanford laid back on it and then charged, making the catch. Ball came off the end of Dugan's bat. 1 away. Alemond comes to the plate. He is homered, lined into a double play, and grounded out. 1 for 3 for Alemond tonight. Lancaster's been out hit 10-9. The Barnstormers have drawn 6 walks. They've had 2 batters hit and benefited from 4 errors and a pass ball. To Alemond, it is fouled off. He is down a strike. It is 0-1. The Barnstormers with the chance to go up 3-1 in the War of the Roses. But there's a lot of play to go. 24 games this year. Fouled off. Bell has Alemond at 0-2. Anderson De La Rosa's on deck. He is 0 for 0 and has scored 3 runs. It's that kind of night again. 2-strike pitch. Alemond stays with it and fouls it back. He's alive. And the fans still have their appetites and sees the K-Man here. 2-strike pitch coming. And it's grounded on the right side through cleanly for a base hit. And the fans will have to wait for Alemond's next turn for their mozzarella sticks. Blake is a base runner with 1 out. Here's Anderson De La Rosa, who has walked twice and been hit by a pitch. Lancaster finally gets to double figures in hits. At double figures in runs. That's been accomplished now for the 7th time in 17 games. 1 out, 1 on to De La Rosa. Ground ball pulled foul past Ross Peoples. It is 0-1. And, well, for York, getting to double figures is almost a nightly occurrence. They did it 6 games in a row recently. And actually, if the Barnstormers get the double figures, they'll have done it more often than York. Or if York doesn't get there, I should say. 1-1 to De La Rosa. The Barnstormers have already accomplished it. But York has a 20 and an 18. Back-to-back nights against Gastonia and Lancaster. De La Rosa's batting at 1-1 infield, looking to turn 2. Aleman takes off. The pitch is down and away. Castro's throw is up, and Aleman has his third steal. York could look at that as an insult, but they really should look at it as a compliment that Aleman would be running there. It's making the statement that York has the firepower to come back in this game, and Ross knows it. His club knows it. De La Rosa's batting at 2-1 here. Dugan also has a stolen base in this game. A chance for the Barnstormers to tack on another. To De La Rosa, there's the ground ball to third. It would have been a double play had Aleman not run. Throw across to first. Aleman holding at second base, and De La Rosa's finally retired tonight. This inning is left up to Cleo Luis Rendon, who's 2 for 3. He has scored a run. Beautiful bunt single for him back in the 4th inning. And then 2 batters later, Mercedes followed with another one. Caleb Gindel, who's having a tremendous night here in York, looms on deck. The Barnstormers in jeopardy of seeing their run-scoring inning streak come to an end at 7. Rendon's got to deliver here to keep it alive. Aleman leads off second. Ball 1 is high to Rendon. It's 1-0. They certainly want to retire Rendon here and not give Gindel another chance when he's swinging the bat like he is tonight. 1-0 pitch. Rendon swings and drives one toward the wall in left field. Scrambling back is Mesa, and he's got to play it off the boards. It's rolling back toward the field. In to score easily is Aleman. Rendon, with his second double of the year, has made it 13-5. So Cleo Luis Rendon having himself a night as well. He doubles off the wall in left to drive in Aleman. His second 2-base hit of the year. Rendon has benefited amazingly well from turning around to the left side of the plate. Usually you take, I'm going to start the switch hit with a grain of salt, but in Rendon's case, he is now 9 out of 28, hitting .321 as a left-handed batter. Here is Gindel with the runner at second and 2 outs. And the pitch to Caleb, good for a strike. It is 0-1. Gindel 3 for 3 with 4 runs batted in on the night. He has the biggest blow of all, a 3-run homer, back in the 4th inning. His other 2 hits have been singles. He's also scored 3 times. Rendon leads off second. Bell with the 0-1. It is low. Gindel bats at 1 ball and 1 strike. Melvin Mercedes waits on deck. Lancaster leads by 8. The Barnstormers' single game high is 14, and that was in a loss a week ago tonight against Gastonia in a game that will live in infamy. A chance to match that here. 1 ball, 1 strike to Gindel. Bell to the plate, swing and a miss as Gindel went after one up. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the Lancaster right fielder. And the Barnstormers now have scored in 8 consecutive innings. 1-2. Gindel loops a foul out of play. He'll stick around. Barnstormers on Sunday scored 4 in the 8th and 1 in the 9th at Southern Maryland. 1-2 to Gindel, and he swings and misses. Caleb Gindel, batting for the 5th time in 6 innings, is retired for the first time. But the Barnstormers add 1 on 2 hits with no errors, 1 man left on base. Bottom half of the 6th inning is coming up. The Barnstormers are up by 8. It is 13-5.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Junior Rincon now on for the Barnstormers as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Dominic DeSabatino has a golden opportunity here for his first Atlantic League win. Not a stellar outing overall. He allows 10 hits and 5 runs in 5 innings. He walked 3, struck out 8, but he looked exceptional at times. I'm scanning the field to see if there are any other changes. There do not appear to be, but it's almost as if Bill Worthington is making the indication as such. Rincon is high, a fastball to Josh Vitters, ball 1 and no strikes. Junior Rincon, familiar to the fans here in York. He was one of the Revs 3 years ago. Ball 2, missing low. It's 2-0. This is a problem plaguing not only the Barnstormers, but the entire league. And that's pitchers coming in out of the bullpen and being able to throw strikes right away. There's one in on Vitters, 2-1. He has walked and struck out against DeSabatino. Rincon comes back, gets a foul ball out of play straight behind the plate. And we go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rincon is appearing in his 8th game. He's allowed 7 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned in 11 innings. He's walked 11, and he has struck out 8. Another delay in the action here with sound played in between pitches. Here's a 2-2. Rincon misses badly outside. He's gone to 3-2 on Vitters. Lancaster leading 13-5, but after watching last Sunday's game when it was 12-3 and ended up 12-11, you're not sure how much you can trust it. Ball 4 is low. Vitters is on with the leadoff walk here. Barnstormers pitching has walked 4. The York staff has walked 6. Here's Andrew Dundon, who is 1 for 2. Barnstormers have now collected 11 hits. Homers by Alamond and Gindel, and a double by Rondon. First pitch drilled in there on Dundon. It's 0-1. The walk total is unnaturally high for Rincon. He's trying to work his way through that. Breaking ball fouled off. It's 0-2. And again, we hear the sound of horsehide against metal. No balls, 2 strikes on Dundon. Top of the order, Darian Sanford waits on deck. There is action in the York bullpen. And the offering popped up down the right field line. A long run for Caleb Gindel, and he's got to pull up on it. Too dangerous to continue trying to track that one through the obstacles of the York bullpen. 2 strikes continuing on Dundon. The Barnstormers turned a 5-4-3 double play to get DeSabatino out of trouble in the 5th. Looking for another one here. Rincon goes to work. 0-2 on Dundon. There's the curveball. It's low. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. You don't want to have a slew of runners on when you get to the Sanchez, Mesa, Rodriguez crew. 1-2 pitch. Breaks in the dirt. Outside, getting away from De La Rosa. That moves Vitters to second on a wild pitch. Nick Schumpert is at shortstop. That was the other change. Schumpert is a little smaller than Rendon. About the same height, but not as stocky. Rendon getting a break at the shortstop position. 2-2. Now on Dundon. Swinging a foul back. He sticks around against Rincon. This was a 6:30 start, not a 7 o'clock start. The first pitch was thrown at 6:34. We're 2 hours, 38 minutes in with nobody out in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and it's smashed up the middle right over second base and into center field. Vitters will be held at third as DeAsa fires in. Now it is first and third with nobody out, and Darian Sanford stepping to the plate. York has its 11th hit. The ball skipped up over the second base bag, or it would have hit it right on the point. Now here is Sanford. He is 1 for 2 with a run scored. Junior Rincon hasn't been able to find the ticket to get outs. He walked Vitters. Now gives up the single to Dundon, who's matched his hit output for the rest of the season here tonight with 2 more. A ball is high to Darian. It's 1-0. "13 runs on the board for Lancaster. But it's still delicate. Hard hit ground ball to Galen. He throws to second, gets a force. Now a play at the plate, and out at home on the back end of an ill-advised double play is Vitters. And only Sanford is left on the bases. Of course, he has to taxi all the way back to first base. He pulled up somewhere well down the runway. He's safe on the fielder's choice on a double play, which went 3-6-2. Vitters out at home. Why are things like that happening in a 13-5 game? I do not comprehend. But we are living in an alternate universe here in 2021, trust me. The batter is Jan Sanchez with Sanford at first and 2 outs. Sanchez is 2 for 3. Galen coming up with a play on Sanford, getting the force at second. It looked like that was all that the Barnstormers would get. And then Vitters broke off third, and Schumpert nailed him at the plate. Sanchez bats with 2 outs against Rincon, and that ball is screamed foul past third. No balls and a strike. They had a shot at a big inning, and York kind of just, instead of that shot, shot themselves in the foot. But the Barnstormers ran into an out like that earlier in the game as well. 0-1. Sanchez looks at the big curveball from Rincon. He doesn't get the call, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Jr. seems to be battling the automated ball strike system. 1-1 pitch, hit high in the air, right center field. Either Gindel or De Aza could take it. Alejandro lanches on, and that will close out an inning that looked like it had the potential to be a big one for York. Instead, it is no runs on a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. We're through 6, and the Barnstormers continue to lead 13-5.
Did you know that the 2021 Lancaster Barnstormers Club has 2 players headed to the Summer Olympic Games in Tokyo, Japan? That's right, our own Blake Galen and Jared Lakeland are on their way to the Olympics as members of Team Israel. To help celebrate our 2 Olympians, Clipper Magazine Stadium will play host as Team Israel will take on the Susquehanna Valley Stars at noon on Saturday, July 17th as part of their training camp before heading to the Tokyo Games. For ticket information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com's events link.
There are those who say,
leave well enough alone.
If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
You don't mess with success.
while others have something quite different to say. The Lexus RX, with dynamic handling and available 12.3-inch touchscreen. It's the best-selling luxury crossover of all time. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
"13 runs on 11 hits for the Barnstormers, who have played error-free baseball and have left 6. 5 runs on 11 hits, 4 errors, and 6 runners left on base for the York Revolution. The Barnstormers will send Mercedes, Galen, and Robinson to the plate. Here in the 7th inning, I have to believe Schumpert will bat in the 6th spot, and the pitcher will be in the 9. But we'll see when that comes around. Here's Mercedes, who is 1 for 4. They hit a bunt single. He's had 1 hard hit out tonight. Melvin has cooled off from that incredibly hot start he was on. Still producing and still handling his business out at second base. Lancaster ahead by 8, facing Alberto Rodriguez. Going into the 7th inning, Rodriguez from Havana originally, lives in Tampa. He's 29 years of age. And he's been around the Atlantic League a little bit before. Inside on a breaking ball to Mercedes. It is ball 1 and no strikes. This for Rodriguez, his 9th appearance of the year. He's given up 12 hits and 4 earned runs in 9 innings with 4 walks, 9 strikeouts. He was a road warrior, line to left, but foul off the bat of Mercedes. It is 1-1. The Barnstormers, with the way the scores look tonight, trying to keep pace with Long Island in the north. The Ducks are up big. Similar score to this one. 0-2 to Mercedes. That one is high. And ball 1. Bell gave up 3 hits, 4 runs, only 1 earned in his 2 1/3 innings of work tonight. Barnstormers seeing right-handers all the way to this point. Inside, and Mercedes couldn't get out of the way of it entirely. It just kept bearing in on his ankles, and he becomes the third Barnstormer hit by a pitch in the game. Bell hit De La Rosa. Welch hit Dugan. And now Mercedes gets clipped by Rodriguez. The runner is on for the Barnstormers here in the 7th inning. Runner leads off first. Rodriguez to Galen. Blake watches that into the zone for a strike. It is 0-1. Galen has walked 3 consecutive plate appearances, and he scored all 3 times. He grounded out to drive in a run back in the 1st inning. Lancaster looking to complete a cycle here and score for a 9th straight inning. To Galen, 0-1 off the plate. Trayvon Robinson is on deck. 11 hits apiece. The Barnstormers have had 21 base runners in this game. York has had 15. To Galen, 1-1, and he has to get out of there. Very similar pitch to the one that hit Melvin. Except that one didn't keep running in as much. 2-1 to Blake. After Robinson would be De Aza. Rodriguez comes set. The pitch. Galen gives it a ride to right center field. It is carrying, but Sanford draws a bead. Darian in front of the track makes the catch. Galen is retired for the 2nd time in the game, and with 1 out, Trayvon Robinson comes in. He is 1 for 4 with a run scored tonight. Mercedes at first with 1 out. Right-hander Rodriguez comes set. His fastball, a strike on the outside corner to Trayvon Robinson. It's 0-1. De Aza is hitless tonight. He has driven in a run on a sac fly. He's hit the ball really well a couple of times, but no hits to show for it. Robinson lets it go, and that is a 2nd strike. It's 0-2. And Trayvon looks up to the skies. Why me? Mercedes being held by Nelly Rodriguez over at first. Not really inclined to go here, I don't think. 0-2, Robinson down swinging. 4 strikeouts now for the York staff. De Aza will step in 0 for 3 with an RBI on the sac fly. Alejandro is just 4 for his last 30. He doesn't look bad at all, just nothing's falling for him. Now the Barnstormers really have work to do to get this run-scoring streak to a 9th straight inning. 2 outs with De Aza batting against Rodriguez. The set and the pitch stung off the glove of Rodriguez. It deflects to the 2nd baseman, Dundon. And as I said, De Aza not looking bad, just nothing will go through for him. 1-4-3 on the conversion. The Barnstormers, for the first time since the 7th inning on Sunday, are held in check. No hits and 1 left. Time for the stretch here in York. It is Lancaster 13 and York 5.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings, a delicious sub made the way you love, fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
We go to the bottom of the seventh inning. The Barnstormers have put Devon Torrance in the game as well. He takes over for Caleb Gindel out in right field. Junior Rincon will stay on the mound for his second inning. Melky Mesa, Nelly Rodriguez, and Rashad Crawford are the scheduled hitters, and then the pitcher spot comes up. Lancaster leading 13-5. In what has not been a cleanly played game. The Barnstormers, no errors on defense, a couple balls that maybe could have been played and weren't, but hits all the way. First pitch is the breaking ball from Rincon, and he just cannot find that invisible plane of glass set 7.5 inches from the back of the plate with that breaking ball to save himself. 1-0. The count on Mesa, who's 1 for 3. He tries it again, and it's high. 2 balls and no strikes. Rincon was in trouble last inning, and then a peculiar double play, 3-6-2. Got him out of danger. Line to left and a base hit for Mesa to start off here in the bottom of the seventh inning. But when Rincon's trailing in the count, 2 balls and no strikes, and leading by 8, you don't mind that. Let him hit it. Don't start walking people. You'll get an out or two eventually. Nelly Rodriguez will step in. He's 1 for 3. York will keep attacking. The Revs know from experience that first series at Clipper Magazine Stadium that the Barnstormers bullpen is a bit thin. A lot of arms out there now, but not long on experience. There's the breaking pitch, and he still can't get a strike out of it. It's 1-0 on Rodriguez. That just sort of neutralizes Junior Rincon. If he can't get that pitch over, it's really his number one go-to. 1-0 is a fastball. There's a strike at the knees. It is 1-1. Mesa, the base runner. Galen does not hold him. Crawford waits on deck. The pitch to Rodriguez is low. 2 balls and a strike. Rincon just has no feel for that breaking pitch. 2-1. The Barnstormers need 9 outs to get out of here with the win. Popped up right side, giving chase is Galen. Will he have room? Blake looks into the crowd, and he's got to give up on it. Rodriguez batting 2-2. That would not cooperate for the Barnstormers and stay in play. Those other Atlantic League games, Southern Maryland now leads Gastonia 4-3 in the ninth. Long Island continues to pound away at West Virginia. It's 15-3 in the top of the ninth at Fairfield Properties Park. And Lexington leads High Point 7-4 in the ninth. Lexington has the league's best record. There's the breaking ball again and again. Rincon can't find it. 3 balls and 2 strikes. If Junior can't throw strikes with that pitch, it kind of guts him because that really is his go-to. 3-2. And Rodriguez, ground ball through the left side and a base hit. Again, Rincon doesn't want to give up walks. If that had been hit at somebody, it could have been a double play. Instead, it's first and second with nobody down. And Rashad Crawford stepping in. Crawford a ground rule double his last time up. He's 1 for 3. Rincon cannot find the strike zone with his breaking ball. And that's been an issue for him. First and second, nobody out. He just needs to get some outs here. The pitch to Crawford, swing and a miss. Junior gets ahead of him at no balls and a strike. Nobody throwing in the Barnstormers bullpen. Ross will let Rincon try and work his way through this with the 8-run lead. No balls and a strike to Crawford. There's the breaking pitch. It's 1-1. And I may be sounding like this is him getting cheated by the electronic system, but it does not appear to be the case. He is just lost with his breaking stuff. Fouled, and it's 1-2. Just trying to get through a second inning here without giving up much, if anything at all. Second inning in a row, it's been first and second with nobody out for York. Rincon still able to put up a 0 in the 6th. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Rashad Crawford here. The pitcher's spot is due next. That would be Rodriguez. But we'll see. Right now it appears he is out there. 1-2. Ball 2 is outside to Crawford. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Does that change if Crawford reaches base? Two balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, and the pitch. Oh, he got him to swing at it. Down goes Crawford. That's a big first out, and the first strikeout for Junior Rincon tonight. That's what he's trying to do. Either get it on the edges or in at the knees, or get him to swing over the top of it. It finally works, and Alberto Rodriguez will come to the plate. Bell batted for the first time and walked. Here's a pitch to Rodriguez. Up and in. It is 1-0. He has 1 plate appearance and has struck out. Rincon with the 1-0. Swing and a miss. We are level at a ball and a strike. The catcher, Castro, is on deck. Lancaster with the 8-run lead, needing 8 more outs tonight to dust off York in game 1 of this series. 1-1 upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. DeSabatino walked Bell back in the 5th inning. Rincon is behind Rodriguez at 2-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He was behind that. It's 2-2. Infielders hoping for the double play grounder. Junior Rincon, 2-2. Swung on and missed. And there is strike three. 10th strikeout for Lancaster pitching in the game. And with 2 outs now, Castro will come to the plate. 2 for 3. Has a run scored, but he grounded into what may have been a fatal double play in the bottom of the 5th inning. They had the bases loaded and 1 out and a chance to climb back into a game against Dominic DeSabatino, who ended up throwing 107 pitches. That was number 107. To Dom's credit, he threw 70% strikes tonight, which has been hard for seemingly anyone to do throughout the season. Devine was right around there for Southern Maryland on Saturday. 2 outs and a Castro. It's low. That gets through. De La Rosa, runner trying for third, and Mesa will make it. Wild pitch, charged to Rincon. His second. Runners are now at first and third. Carlos Castro batting at a ball and no strikes. Nelly Rodriguez did not break for second, and that at least keeps the force play going. 1 ball and nothing to Castro. Rincon trying to get through a second straight difficult inning. The 1-0 pitch is hit high in the air to left field. Robinson has it gauged. Trayvon is there to take it. And Rincon dances through the fire for the 2nd inning in a row. No runs on 2 hits with no errors. The Revs strand 2, and we'll go to the 8th inning with Lancaster still ahead, 13-5.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Lancaster leads by 8 as we go to inning number 8 tonight at Peoples Bank Park. The Barnstormers are up 13-5. The offense took 1 day off, and that was Saturday. They were snuffed for 12 innings by Southern Maryland staff and then broke loose with 3 runs in innings 6 and 7 in game 2 to get the split. Sunday, the Barnstormers came out and put 11 on the board. Tonight, they have 13. It's a pesky offense because of its ability to work the count and just get on base over and over and over again. Now, here's Nick Schumpert, and Schumpert has gotten off to a good start for the Barnstormers. 4 for 9, a couple of doubles and a run batted in. We've seen him play short and third. He's out there at shortstop right now. First time he's batted in this contest. He's facing Alberto Rodriguez here in the 8th inning. Foul ball back to the screen for Nick. It is 0-1. Born and raised in Denver, that area, Highlands Ranch, Colorado. His father spent a long time with the Rockies. Decided he liked it there. Second strike taken. It's 0-2. Galen's night is done, but he did a lot of damage. A 3-hit, 4 RBI game. Torrance will be in his spot in the lineup. Shumpert with a swing and a miss at a fastball. He has gone on 3 pitches against Rodriguez, who's retired 4 in a row now, striking out 2. Blake Allemond will come in. Not a bad night for him. 2 for 4 with a home run. He'll get credit for a go-ahead RBI in the second inning, and then Gindel will be awarded 2 in the fourth. His homer with the Barnstormers down 5-4, a 3-run jack. Outside to Allemond. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Rodriguez cooling off Lancaster here through the latter stages of the game. Allemond, ground ball, easy pickings for the first baseman, Nelly Rodriguez, 2 up and 2 down. But it looks like the fans are going to have to go without their mott sticks tonight. Allemond simply would not cooperate. 2 are out. And here is Anderson De La Rosa, who's 0 for 1. 3 runs scored by him in the game tonight. Lancaster's been out hit 13-11, but the Barnstormers have been able to take advantage of a lot of York misplay. Rodriguez to De La Rosa, that is up 1-0. The pitcher's spot, I believe, is up next. It should be. That can be tough to track. Swing and a miss. It is 1-1. Those spring training games got us prepared for this double hook rule. Just trying to keep track of who's batting where. As Ladarius Clark is in the on-deck circle, so it is the pitcher's spot. 1-1. Dela lets it go. Ball 2 is up. 2 balls, 1 strike. With 2 outs, nobody aboard. Lancaster batting in the top of the 8th inning. And we won't play our shortest 9-inning game of the year tonight either. It's still 3:08. De La Rosa lines it to center field. Here comes Sanford. He slides, and Darian can't quite dig that up. The third base umpire, Drew Hoagland, saying he didn't get it. And De La Rosa's on for a 4th time. 12 Barnstormers base hits. Ladarius Clark batting for Junior Rincon. Ladarius has cooled off some lately. He's down to 289, still leads the ball club with 5 home runs and 14 driven in. The Barnstormers' offense is pretty solid top to bottom through the order, and then you had Clark, who often comes off the bench, Torrance, who often comes off the bench. It's a productive crew. De La Rosa's held it first. The pitch to Clark, swing and a miss. He's down a strike. It's 0-1. Torrance is in the on-deck circle. The Barnstormers will go to their 3rd pitcher of the night for the 8th inning. 0-1, and Ladarius almost hit by it. A ball and a strike. It really tailed from Rodriguez. Shumpert has shown he can add something off the bench, and Anthony Peroni has had some big hits backing up De La Rosa. 1-1. Clark fouls it to the screen. Rodriguez has him at a ball and 2 strikes. De La Rosa ending the streak of outs for Alberto Rodriguez at 5. Well, the Barnstormers are going to score. We've seen that. Ross keeps testing pitchers. Augie Silk came through in a big way against Southern Maryland on Saturday. 1-2 to Clark here, and that's strike 3 called. Third strikeout for Rodriguez. No runs, a hit, no errors. And the Barnstormers leave a man once again. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning with the score. The Lancaster Barnstormers 13 and the York Revolution 5.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me. Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
With the Barnstormers leading by 8, Ross Peoples goes to one of the new kids on the block, and it seems like there have been a lot of those as of late, or just one very large block. But it's Jordan McCrum making his professional debut here tonight. He is a right-hander, most recently out of the University of Pittsburgh. He took his extra year of collegiate eligibility and pitched 5 years of college baseball. Everybody given that added year because of the shortened 2020 season due to the pandemic. His first 4 seasons were spent at Monmouth College in New Jersey. So, tuning up for his first work as a professional. And maybe it's me, and I know I'm getting older. I stipulate to that fact. But McCrum and the other guy who just joined the ball club in the last 36 hours, RJ Peace, I met them earlier today, and I wanted to teach them how to solve an equation because to me, in my old age, they look like high school kids. They're not. McCrum is 24. He hails from Princeton, New Jersey. 11-6 his collegiate record. He had 10 starts for Monmouth back in 17. Otherwise, it's all been in relief. Ball 1 is outside to Josh Vitters. It is 1-0. Rincon through 2 scoreless innings, but they weren't exactly effortless for Junior. 3 hits, a walk, 2 wild pitches, and 2 strikeouts for him. 1-0 is delivered low, and McCrum falls behind 2 balls and no strikes. Vitters batting with Dundon waiting on deck. In 20 relief appearances for Pitt this season in the ACC, McCrum was 2-1 with a 4.2 ERA. He walked 20 in 30 innings, and I'm sure his nerves are jangling, and he misses with ball 3 down low. 3 balls and no strikes. Torrance, Mercedes, and Galen are scheduled in the top of the 9th for Lancaster. The Barnstormers are up by 8. McCrum works 3-0 and gets it to the inside corner on Josh Vitters, who has walked twice and struck out once. It's been so tough this year for relief pitchers to come in and get their bearings. 3-1. And that is chopped over the mound. Mercedes there to back up. Flip the first. And McCrum can get settled in. He retires Vitters, the former Cub, 4-3. And Dundon will step into the box. Nice job settling down by Mr. McCrum. MC, capital C-R-U-M, as you may or may not have figured. He can also back up in the infield if you find yourself in that position. So can DeSabatino and Goodson. Down and away, ball one on Dundon. It's 1-0. R.J. Peace is the other newcomer. Now, he has pitched professionally. Got to single A with the Marlins. Not the neophyte that McCrum is. In for a strike called. It is 1-1. McCrum wearing number 29, and Peace will wear 36. Swinging a foul ball. That one jarred Dela a little bit. So Bill Worthington does what plate umpires will do. He'll take the baseball personally out to Jordan McCrum, and they will have a little chat about the weather, giving De La Rosa time to shake that one off. You wonder if catchers over the long haul are going to end up suffering from the same brain syndromes late in life that boxers do and a number of football players and hockey players have. I'm not familiar with any cases, but you would think it would happen. Here's a 1-2 pitch, and that is strike three called. McCrum dropping down a little bit and fooled Dundon. 11 strikeouts for Lancaster pitching tonight. We mentioned the other new pitcher, R.J. Peace. He is just 23, even though he spent 4 seasons in the Marlins organization. He's actually a little bit younger than McCrum, just by a few months. Darian Sanford will come to the plate, but to me, they're baby-faced, these two. But so far, McCrum has been quite effective. He's looked good since the first 3 pitches. Now outside to Sanford. Ball 1-0. Darian's had another bizarre night and a string of bizarre nights against the Barnstormers. He's made some mistakes in the field, a couple mistakes on the bases, but he's also done some great stuff. He's still Darian. 1-0 pitch, a swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Still the fastest guy I've ever seen on a baseball diamond. 1-1. I'd like to see him in a race against the wide receiver out of Auburn that the Browns drafted, Anthony Schwartz. That could be fun. Ball 2 as McCrum slowed that pitch down. 2 balls and a strike to Sanford. Jan Sanchez waits on deck. The Barnstormers 4 outs away from a 3-1 lead in the current rendition of the War of the Roses. But as we've seen, 4 outs this year can be tough to pick up. Swing and a miss. And Darian Sanford will face Jordan McCrum at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sanford was picked off in the first inning tonight, thrown out stealing in the 4th. In the 6th, he grounded into a strange double play, 3-6-2. He was the only guy left on base afterwards. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 is called. Sanford goes down looking. And Jordan McCrum is perfect in his first professional inning. Nothing across in the bottom of the 8th inning. We're on our way to number 9 tonight with the Barnstormers leading by a score of 13-5.
The Lexus NX is crafted to take on the modern adventure called life.
Alexa, what's the quickest route home?
With Amazon Alexa compatibility and the advanced Lexus safety system, the Lexus NX is modern utility for the modern world. Because modern obstacles require modern solutions. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Amazon Alexa and all related logos are trademarks of Amazon.com Inc. or its affiliates. Not all Amazon Alexa functionality is available for in-vehicle use.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and tees tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark. Devon Torrance will get a turn as we start off the 9th inning, 13-5 Barnstormers. Caleb Gindel had been in this spot and gone 3 for 4 with a homer and 4 runs batted in. Torrance batting from the left side against Alberto Rodriguez. And to Devon, fouled back into the net. No balls and 1 strike. Torrance is still hitting .393. He has 11 hits in 28 at-bats. Well, Barnstormers have some guys to bring in off the bench. That we have seen. Rodriguez comes back at 0-1. Torrance with a swing and a miss. Rodriguez has him at 0-2. He has been quite effective as Alberto Rodriguez. He's given up 1 hit, hit a batter, but he has struck out 3 and not allowed a Barnstormer past first base. Torrance awaits the 0-2, and he will take that for strike 3 called. We have seen a lot of called third strikes over the last couple of innings. That's the second in a row for a Barnstormer hitter. 2 called third strikes on the Revs from Jordan McCrum in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Mercedes. Melvin has 1 hit tonight, a bunt single. He's also been hit by a pitch. These guys are up for this, or at least Mercedes now is up for the 6th time in the game. Galen will be also. To Melvin, a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1, and we're seeing nothing but right now. Sanchez, Mesa, and Rodriguez are scheduled in the bottom of the 9th inning. Grateful it's not a 1 or 2 run game with that crew coming up. Strike 2. 5 pitches, 5 strikes from Alberto Rodriguez here in the top half of the 9th inning. The target is set, and Mercedes fouls it away. Still 2 strikes. Tomorrow night, the Barnstormers will be facing the guy who's been York's ace so far, Alex Sanabia. He is 3-0. And it'll be Danny Taggart going for Lancaster looking for his first win. Down and into Melvin Mercedes. First ball thrown by Rodriguez in this half inning. 17-27 the crowd tonight. A lot of them got here early. I haven't seen any Barnstormers folks who made the trip, but I really wasn't out in the crowd much after the gates opened. Ball 2. Mercedes at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lancaster's been out hit tonight, 13-12.
The Barnstormers have taken advantage of opportunities. Here's the 2-2. Mercedes lets it go. That's ball 3 outside, filling the count. And again, a 6:30 start goes beyond 10 o'clock. Galen waiting patiently in the on-deck circle here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the payoff, and Melvin will get the walk. And just like that, the called strikes cease. The Barnstormers notch their 7th walk of the game. They've given up 4. This has been about the average for a Barnstormers game on the road, and it's still too many walks to really keep the game at a good pace. Here's Galen. He's walked 3 times and scored 3 runs. Mercedes leads off first. They're still holding him. To Galen, torched foul into an empty section of seats down the right field line. That went over the head of a couple of the York relievers down there, and a good thing. It came off Galen's bat in a hurry. No balls and a strike to the Lancaster first baseman. Trayvon Robinson waits on deck. Here's the 0-1. Fastball is outside. A ball and a strike. One out, one on. Mercedes won't be going anywhere in the 9th inning. To Galen. The fastball is wide. We get to 2 balls and a strike. Well, it's not like that streak we saw in Gastonia, 55 pitches without a ball put in play, but we're about halfway there at this point. Maybe not quite. We're somewhere, I think, around 22. Galen bats at 2-1. Rodriguez to the set, delivers. That's line to right center field, in for a base hit, and it is rolling past Crawford. Mercedes is going to be waved around. He is going to score on a double by Galen. It's 14-5, and the Barnstormers have matched their season-high run total. Blake Galen with a drive into right field, and it was not cut off out there. Trayvon Robinson will come to the plate. Second RBI for Blake tonight. He ties Clark for the team lead with 14. Lancaster does not have to rely on 1 or 2 batters. It's top to bottom. You look at the contributions of Rondon tonight. 3 hits and an RBI. Driven foul down the left field side by Robinson for strike 1. This team can hit. This team can score. There's a lot of speed, too, so you have a hard time cutting that aspect off. Galen leads from second. Robinson bats 0-1, and strike 2 is served to the inside corner. The game would be closer if it weren't for some of the messy defense on the part of the Revs, leading to 6 unearned runs. It would be 8-5 currently. Deasa waiting on deck for the Barnstormers. Rodriguez working to Robinson, and Trayvon not tempted to all the way through anyhow. He might have been early, had a little urge to go after that, but laid off and gets ball 1. A 9-run Barnstormer lead, matching their season high, which they've had in 3 other games. Galen leads off second. Robinson bats 1 and 2. Here is the pitch. Breaking ball inside and low. It looked like just a single off Galen's bat initially, but it's late in the night, and I don't know that the best angle was taken to that ball, and it rolled right on through and got to the wall. 2-2 to the Barnstormers left fielder. The Rodriguez pitch is cracked foul off to the left. Trayvon sticks around. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and holding. York hasn't scored since the second inning. The Barnstormers have put runs on the board in 7 different innings in tonight's game. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Robinson. Galen leads off second. Rodriguez is ready. The pitch, a swing and a foul tip that's held. And Robinson is gone on strikes. That's 5 for Rodriguez. And with 2 outs, here's De Aza, who is still hitless. And if you watched his swings and his contact tonight, you would wonder how poor Alejandro does not have a base hit in this one. He has hit a deep sac fly. He has lined out the Sanford toward the gap in right center. He has drilled one back off the glove of the pitcher. That was Rodriguez in the 7th inning. And he's grounded out a couple of times to the first baseman. Galen at second with 2 outs. Rodriguez goes to work on De Aza. It is low. Ball 1 and no strikes. 14-5 Lancaster. And we'll see who pitches the bottom of the 9th. I think we may see R.J. Peace. So Ross can get a look at what he has out there. De Aza pulls a ground ball past Troy Steffi in foul territory. 1 ball, 1 strike. Basically, you could almost look at it as Ross is holding tryouts in season, in games, with all these young pitchers that have cycled through. One and one. The count on Alejandro De Aza. We're going to stay about average for a 9-inning game for this club, it appears. De Aza floats one down the right field line. That's trouble, and that is in for a base hit. It will score Galen. He comes around. De Aza with a pop fly single down the right field line, and now the Barnstormers have their biggest lead and their biggest run output of the campaign, up 15-5 here in the 9th inning. And bringing on Nick Shumpert, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Lancaster tacks on 2 runs here in the top of the 9th. Dominic DeSabatino in line for his first Atlantic League win. It wasn't always pretty for Dominic tonight, but he got the job done. There were times he looked terrific, and I said he seems to be just a work in progress. He's getting a little bit better every time out, a little bit better. He has the stuff to compete well in the Atlantic League. 1-0, the count on Shumpert. Rodriguez comes back, gets a ground ball to the shortstop. Easy play there for Sanchez to end the inning, but for the Barnstormers, it is 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors. They leave a man for the 7th straight inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th tonight. Lancaster leading York by the score of 15-5.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
RJ Peace is asked to wrap things up tonight with the Barnstormers leading by a score of 15-5. Jan Sanchez will lead off. 2 for 4. He had a 3-run double back in the second inning. Ripped into the left field corner, and at the time, that put York into the lead, 5-3. And things were looking good for the Revs. Since then, the Barnstormers have scored 12 unanswered runs. Peace does have professional experience. He'll turn 24 next Thursday. He was the 13th round pick for San Diego back in 2015 out of high school in the San Diego area. Here is the first pitch by Peace, and it is bounced foul. 1 strike on Sanchez. RJ Peace. It's Robert Dale Peace. One would think junior. But it doesn't say that. No balls and a strike. He won 4 games, didn't lose any in the Marlins system back in 18 between Batavia and Greensboro. Now a drive to left field by Sanchez. Way back this one goes. And the arch nemesis will not contain it. Sanchez with a 4 RBI night, and it's 15-6. Just the second pitch by RJ Peace is sent screaming out of here as Sanchez has hit his first home run. Melky Mesa will now step in. Somewhere along the way in Batavia, Peace would have played for former Barnstormer designated hitter Mike Jacobs. And that may be the connection to the Barnstormers because Ross and Jake go back a long ways. 15-6 now. Mesa with a couple of base hits on the night. Awaits the pitch. Peace deals, and it is a strike, 0-1. As I said, thank goodness with this crew coming up in the bottom of the ninth that it was not a 1 or 2 run lead. You get nervous in this ballpark with this bunch of hitters coming up. Off the inside corner, it's now 1 ball and 1 strike. But, of course, it would be Schumann in the game were that the case. And on the mound, that's an altogether different story. 1-1 pitch on Mesa is upstairs for ball 2, and now 2 balls and a strike. It has been a long night on both sides again. 2-1 to Mesa. Peace will rear back fire, and that's spanked up the middle toward left center field for a base hit. Mesa's going to dig for 2, and the throw is not in time. Mesa legging out a double here in the 9th inning of a 9-run game which looks great and trying to fire up his ball club, but what if he had been thrown out? Now, Nelly Rodriguez will come to the plate. Rodriguez is 2 for 4. He singled in the 5th off to Sabatino and in the 7th off of Rincon. Lancaster still needs 3 outs. Peace has given up a couple of extra base hits to very tough hitters, and Rodriguez can also be considered in that category. He had 17 ribbies coming into tonight, 8 at Lancaster's expense. Foul back, it is 0-1. The RBI leaders in the league. York has 3 of the top 4. Carlos Franco, who's not in the lineup tonight, with 18. Rodriguez with 17, and Castro with 15 coming in. Pitch is low, bouncing away from De La Rosa. Third wild pitch by a Barnstormer in the game. It is 1-1 on Nelly Rodriguez, who has a chance to tie his teammate Franco for the league RBI lead. Depending on what Joshua Saleh has done for Gastonia tonight, he's the only non-Rev in the top 4. Saleh has exploded. He's taken over the league home run lead, a lot of that at Lancaster's expense. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Nelly Rodriguez here with a runner at third and nobody out. Peace will deliver, and that breaking ball had De La Rosa perplexed. It's simply ball 2. But a lot of weird stuff could have happened there. De La Rosa will get together with Peace and discuss signs. Is this a peace treaty? We've already used peace deals. There are all kinds of possibilities here. Scoreboard posted the second strike on that last pitch. I didn't see Bill Worthington signal it, but he might have been too busy avoiding the baseball. Runner at third with nobody out. York will never go down quietly. It's just not in the DNA of this team. That's either ball 2 or ball 3. We haven't seen Bill Worthington. You know, he does say 2-2. So that confusing breaking ball that got away from De La Rosa a little bit was strike 2. Here's a 2-2. That sails to the backstop. Mesa will not charge home on it. 3 balls and 2 strikes that count on Nelly Rodriguez. And you may see Ross visiting the mound before too much longer just to try and settle down Peace. McCrum did. McCrum looked rocky his first 3 pitches and then got into a great rhythm and got 3 straight outs. But he wasn't facing the part of the lineup that Peace is. 3-2, and that's scalded out the left field for an RBI base hit. Rodriguez will be satisfied with a single, and now it's 15-7. That brings on Rashad Crawford. York is not just packing it in tonight. 16 hits now for the Revolution. In a 15-7 game, still nobody out in the 9th inning. Crawford is 1 for 4 with a ground rule double back in the 5th inning. Jumped the wall out in left center. The pitch is tagged toward right center, but in this case, DeAsa will be there, and it's out number 1. With the pitcher's spot coming up. We've seen Rodriguez bat once here. Bell has batted once. And now it will be a utility infielder, Chris Vasquez, stepping in. Vasquez bats with one out. Nelly Rodriguez, the base runner. Peace needs to retire two more. Sanchez, or Vasquez rather, swings and misses, down a strike. It is 0-1. They're both shortstops. Vasquez is 5 for 19. Without an extra base hit, he has driven in 2. We saw some of him on the opening weekend at home. Peace's 0-1 pitch, high and inside, counted as a ball and a strike. Nelly Rodriguez free to wander off first base, a swing and a miss. So Peace ahead of Vasquez at 1-2 here. Carlos Castro, the hot-hitting catcher, waits on deck. Peace will go back to work, 1-2, into the dirt. This one smothered by Anderson De La Rosa. 2 balls and 2 strikes. De La Rosa's had another workout tonight. He's been a base runner 4 times. And he has had to handle a ridiculous number of pitches again. Some have gotten away as he's worked with 2 newcomers. He hasn't been able to handle them before. Way up there, 3-2 now on Vasquez. And remember, DeSabatino threw 107. Well, the pitch count for the Barnstormers staff tonight is right around 180. Here's the payoff pitch. He walks Vasquez. Not yet time to squirm, but there are runners at first and second for Castro with 1 out. It's 15-7, so the tying run is still way down the line, but 2 are on with 1 out. The pinch hitter is walked. Castro stands in. He grounded into a double play back in the 5th. Peace could use one here. And to Castro, fouled up the third base line. No balls and a strike. Rodriguez is at second. Vasquez, the runner at first. Still just 1 out in a difficult bottom of the 9th inning. But still, the Barnstormers lead by 8. After Castro would be Vitters. And then, should the game still be going, Dundon. Next pitch, spanked and a base hit into left field. Rodriguez will park at third. And Peace has still only been able to retire 1. Now, you might start to squirm. They're loaded with 1 out. Josh Vitters coming to the plate. He is 0 for 2 with 2 walks. And York now has 17 hits. Ross will pay a visit, and I'm not surprised. Just to try and calm down R.J. Peace, who's having a rough 9th inning in his Atlantic League debut. This is not the lineup to make your debut against, although McCrum certainly did well. So once again, they announced it over the public address system here that it's Lancaster against York, the War of the Roses in the Battle of the Ballparks on Ballpark Digest. So you folks back at home, get on and vote. Clipper Magazine Stadium has the lead, but the voting is open till the middle of the day on Friday. Here is Josh Vitters with the bases loaded and one out. Ross does not want to have to get somebody else warming up in the pen. Breaking ball spins across, a very good-looking pitch, and Vitters trails at no balls and a strike. The only out coming on the Crawford fly out to De Aza. There have been 4 hits and a walk in the inning. The 0-1 to Vitters is there for a second strike. It's 0-2. The pitch, he got him, and that's out number 2. Vitters is gone on strikes. It'll take some of the pressure off the youngster. With 2 outs, Andrew Dundon steps in. He is 2 for 4. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Dundon at the plate. And the piece pitch there for a strike. It's 0-1. I don't know what Ross said, but my goodness. 4 great pitches in a row from this young righty. A magic elixir from the lips of Ross Peoples. 0-1 on Dundon. Piece comes back. A check swing, and it's low. We go to ball 1, strike 1. We are once again starting to come up on the 4-hour mark for a 9-inning game. It's been eclipsed only once. That was last Tuesday night. Fastball is high, 2-1. Darian Sanford at the top of the order is on deck. Ross has still declined to have anybody else throwing in the bullpen. But the magic has worn off on the last couple of pitches. Here's the 2-1. Ground ball, shortstop. Shumpert will take it and feed Mercedes. We are done. RJ Peace gets the last 2. And holds the Rebs to 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th on 4 hits with no errors. They leave the bases loaded. The Barnstormers victorious in the opener of this 3-game series and now lead the War of the Roses 3-1. We'll be back with the line totals on tonight's game and a very quick recap in a moment. Our final score this evening, the Lancaster Barnstormers 15 and the York Revolution 7.
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
You don't need to understand how available adaptive variable suspension works or how pre-collision cameras detect pedestrians in low light. You don't need to understand any of the craft that went into the Lexus ES to feel it. With outstanding connectivity and standard Lexus Safety System Plus 2.0. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
LSS Plus 2.0 and the pre-collision system with pedestrian detection are not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
The Lancaster Barnstormers pick up their 9th win of the season. The team has won 3 in a row and has jumped back over the 500 barrier with a 15-7 victory over the York Revolution here tonight. Another one-run game, or I should say one-sided game. One-run games would be nice right about now. Another one-sided game and a string of them for Lancaster. 15 runs, 14 hits, no errors, 9 left. And for York, 7 runs on 17 hits with 4 errors and 11 runners left on base. Dominic DeSabatino goes the required 5 innings to get the win. He is now 1-2. He struck out 8 in his 5 innings of work, but he did give up 10 hits and 5 runs along the way. In one stretch, 6 balls in a row put in play, went for base hits against him. He couldn't seem to find the right connection to get outs, get balls hit anywhere near a defender. The loss goes to the starter Jake Welch of the Revs. He is 1-1. He gave up 8 hits, 9 runs, 6 earned in 3 2/3 innings tonight. The home runs early on belong to the Barnstormers. Blake Alemond hit his 4th of the season. That was a solo shot back in the 2nd inning, but an important home run. It also came after his foul pop-up was dropped by the third baseman Vitters for one of the 4 York errors in the game. Caleb Gindel unloaded a 3-run home run in the 4th inning, his 3rd of the season. He had a big night. And then Jan Sanchez connected against R.J. Peace, the newcomer, in the bottom of the 9th inning, his first home run with the York Revolution. 15-7. Our final score tonight. This one took 3 hours, 54 minutes. So slightly above average, but not the second Barnstormer 9-inning game to reach 4 hours this year. And the crowd tonight at Peoples Bank Park, 1,727. The Barnstormers winning by the score of 15-7. Lancaster scored a run on an infield out in the top of the 1st inning, and then Melky Mesa doubled home a run where they drive into the left field corner in the bottom of the inning to make it 1-1. The Barnstormers would score twice in the top of the 2nd. Alemond's home run, later an RBI single by Gindel that scored De La Rosa, and it was the Barnstormers ahead 3-1. York took the lead in the bottom of the 2nd inning on an RBI infield single by Darian Sanford as Blake Galen fielded the bases-loaded ground ball, looked home, didn't see a play there, looked to second, didn't see a play there, and by that time you can forget getting Sanford. So that made it 3-2, and then Sanchez, who had the biggest night for York, emptied the bases with a double into the left field corner. York took the 5-3 lead. The Barnstormers got a run back on an RBI single by Kelly Dugan in the 3rd inning, and then took control of the game in the 4th. It started with a De La Rosa walk and a bunt single by Rendon. Gindel made it 7-5 Lancaster with a 3-run homer. Then it was a bunt single, an error, a balk was involved, a wild pitch was involved, a stolen base, you name it. DeAza with a sacrifice fly, and by the time it was all over, the Barnstormers led by a score of 9-5. Lancaster kept it going in the 5th inning. With the bases loaded and 2 outs, Trayvon Robinson hit a fly ball to left center field. It was dropped on the track by Darian Sanford. It went as a 3-run 2-base error. The Barnstormers at that point leading 12-5. Rendon doubled off the wall in left field to drive in a run in the 6th inning, and then Blake Galen keyed a 2-run 9th with a double into right center field. He would score on an RBI single by DeAza. It was 15-5, and then York got to the reliever Peace in the bottom of the 9th on a home run by Sanchez. Mesa doubled. Nelly Rodriguez singled, and that would turn out to be it. They loaded the bases. Peace settled down, got the final 2, and the Barnstormers with the victory by a final score of 15-7 here this evening. Another marathon game, another lopsided game, another game with a lot of hits and a lot of walks. We saw 12 of those tonight. That's still not the crazy numbers that we saw at Clipper Magazine Stadium on the opening homestand, but there were walks, there were hit batters, there were wild pitches, and some very painful errors on the part of the York Revolution here tonight. The Barnstormers win it, though. They're 9-8 on the season. They are within 1/2 game of the Long Island Ducks. The Ducks also won big tonight, 15-3 over the West Virginia Power. And we had a couple of other games in the Atlantic League as well. Southern Maryland has defeated Gastonia. 5-3 was that final score. And Lexington pounded High Point 9-4. So Lexington and Long Island remain the front runners in the Atlantic League, but the Barnstormers certainly nipping at the heels of the Long Island Ducks, just 1/2 game back, 17 games in, or 1/7 of the season has already gone by. Lancaster wins tonight. We'll be back at it against the Revs tomorrow night. Join us again at 6:25 for the starting lineups. The Barnstormers with Danny Taggart on the mound. He'll try to match DeSabatino's success. The Barnstormers will be facing Alex Sanabia, who is 3-0 for the York Revolution. Tune in again tomorrow night. Until then, for our production manager, Ryan Cortazzo, for all the cast and crew back at Clipper Magazine Stadium, I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you at the ballpark.